All right, well, let me just fit this into my swimmer's ear real quick. And hi,
Hmm.
everybody, and welcome to Plus One Shoot the Shit, the show where I talk with some of my friends about any topics that we want to, usually relating to TTRPGs. And lately, we've been doing a lot of what I call, I don't know, system shots. And this one is going to be about Beacon. Probably not the Beacon you're thinking about, but if we put that in the title and it tricks you to coming in here because you're a critical role person, I'm also a critical role person. We will talk about that a little bit beforehand, getting into
Hmm.
stuff. We're gonna talk about the Beacon TTRPG, which is a very interesting system that combines Lancer and Final Fantasy 14 slash MMO style raid mechanics into what I can only describe as beautiful combat. Beautiful, beautiful combat.
100% agree.
I'm
Uh,
just thinking of what a system shot would be. It's not like a Jello shot.
no, it'd have to be God.
Mm.
It would have to be something like metallic, right?
Oh, it would suck because like it might be crunchy.
Oh,
Like,
oh yeah, no, it could be crunchy, or it could just be
I
like
kind of want
like
to.
nothing. It could be like air
Yeah,
because it's very low system.
the other the mind. Yeah.
Yeah, 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 yeah,
If
yeah.
Mm.
you take some of those like flavored, usually they're vodkas that are
Mhm.
based off of cereal, like the Fruit Loops vodka or the Cinnamon
Yeah.
Toast Crunch vodka, and then put actual cereal in it and just have to try and shoot that.
There we go. All right.
Yeah.
I'm not suggesting that we make a shot per every system we do this for, but I'm not suggesting
Well, I'm not suggesting that Philip should be the one to do that because Philip is our
that.
resident bartender, but I'm also Philip, I'm suggesting that. Please make us shots. Um,
I will do so.
with that out of the way, I did want to do some general news. It's now 2 weeks old, but it's still worth talking about.
Still fine.
We had a little bit of a hiccup last week and we're not able to do our shoot the shit, but I do want to talk about the State of the Roll came out 2 weeks ago, like
Yeah.
right before we were going to do the show. And in State of the Roll for Critical Role, they talked about Beacon.
Yeah.
Which is their
name for their system.
subscription service based on,
Yeah.
I think,
Why?
the Beacon from campaign 2, which is why they call
Yeah.
it that, or the Luxon or whatever it's officially called. But basically,
I mean, that's the story.
yeah.
We know they took it from the
That's what they
system.
came up
Oh yeah,
with.
no, they
Yeah.
knew we were gonna do this show 2 weeks ago and they sniped us. That's
Mhm.
that's definitely what happened.
We're definitely on their radar. Don't check. It's true.
Don't ask Matt. I hurt his feelings once. Um, that's a very short story actually, but it's not worth telling. Um, uh, anyway, I think this is interesting to talk about because they went from using Geek and Sundry. For people who aren't aware of the official history of Critical Role,
Genesis.
the
Yeah.
genesis of Critical Role, it was a home game that Matt Mercer was running with all the people there. I'm gonna try to do this quick. And then they ended up getting approached by Felicia Day to put that show, or to put their game onto a show. And it was like an in studio kind of, just like it looked like they were playing in a kindergarten classroom. It was all very cute and colorful. And they
Mhm.
were they were started as just like playing on maps, and like he had construction paper covering the maps so they couldn't see where they were, very much like a home game. And now it's evolved into what it is today. But originally it was on Geek and Sundry's Twitch channel. And then Geek and Sundry kind of
Yep.
made their own subscription service, Alpha. And Alpha kind of fell through. And there's a lot of background reasons for why that happened. I watched a documentary or two, and I used to actually follow Critical Role, and I was an Alpha subscriber for like a month or two.
Mm.
But then, so they broke away and did their own company. They did their Kickstarter. They had the Legend of Vox Machina stuff, and also a bunch of other things that they produced. Also, I think it was like the Tal'Dorei campaign book and some other things that they like ran Kickstarters for. But essentially, they became the Critical Role Corporation, I want to say is what they're called. And then they use Twitch, they use YouTube, they do live stuff all the time. But it
Mhm.
sounds like now that the platforms are getting kind of, I mean, most people who are on the platforms can agree they're getting kind of ass.
Mhm.
They've taken their big subscriber base and they've decided, hey, let's just do a direct subscription service and kind of go backwards in time.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
To go forward.
Yeah, don't you
Uh-huh.
dare.
I wasn't gonna.
Anyway, hey, we're gonna be talking about 14 here tonight, so
Mhm.
let's see. So with all of that, the interesting thing that I'm finding with this is like we're internet babies, so we remember the days before YouTube when you had
Oh, yes.
your Cockbite / Rooster Teeth, when you had your strong bad emails, when you had to go to websites to watch their Flash Player videos.
We can name
posted.
more.
Look,
We're old. We will.
we'll keep going.
This
but
is.
the trick is it became untenable for all of those groups.
Yeah.
Even Rooster Teeth eventually caved and started posting their stuff, and now Rooster Teeth is gone.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, they are.
So it's so weird to see this kind of pseudo reversion. I'm very interested to see whether it gets successful.
Mm-hmm. If anyone can do it, they can.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah. They have the player, the viewer base to help them, to keep them going.
Mm-hmm.
But they're not ditching Twitch and
Yeah.
YouTube, right?
Yeah, they're not.
Just delaying.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and I don't
So-
even know that it's that much of a delay. It's mostly for their like sub content and basically, the same thing that you get with any sort of
Mhm.
subscription, Patreon, whatever. You get behind the scenes stuff, you get extra channel, extra content, things like that. So they're still, I think, going to be doing their live stuff for their Thursday nights and everything. It's just a question of having more later.
Yeah. It's interesting. To me, it feels exactly like Nebula, if you're familiar with that service.
Mm-hmm.
There's a bunch of YouTubers who made their own kind of secondary subscription service because money, it's better there. And they will put videos first there, or like small videos that are unique to that system only. And it used to be a part of another streaming service. My God, it's like cable. It's already like cable.
Yeah.
But this is tale as old as time. This is group / people get big enough. Someone tries to basically sign them into doing a different. What was the Twitch competitor that Ninja went to? I can't remember.
Oh yeah, I don't know.
But either way, it's like someone tries to break in on something that someone just holds a monopoly because they have the zeitgeist, and it rarely to never works. But I'd be interested to see this work because
They can puke poison.
Yeah.
The zeitgeist. He joined the Deadpool's team in 2. He spits acid. Very horrific death. Zeitgeist.
I believe you.
I believe you too, but I was using the actual word, not the Deadpool character.
In the movie, he makes the same joke.
Yeah.
Like, his name is Zeitgeist. Like, oh, you got your pulse on the thing. Like, no, I spit acid. Like, why is that? Anyway, sorry. It's a whole Deadpool 2 bit.
I like the Brad
sorry,
Pitt cameo.
Yeah.
No, I knew what you were going for.
2 seconds.
Looking very forward to the Deadpool 3 movie.
Yes.
And
Absolutely,
also really enjoyed the X-Men 97.
Yeah.
I need to catch up. I've only seen like 5 or 6.
So anyway,
Don't worry.
Yeah. I want to
watch the rest of them at the same time.
Yeah, absolutely. And then we should move on from talking about this beacon so we can get to the other one. But I'd be interested to see how this goes, mainly because if they're able to make it successful, it would be very interesting to see it turn into a new platform for people to stream from that aren't them.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, they could bring in new shows and new things.
Affiliates and, things like that. That I'd be interested to see them rub it in Twitch's nose, but also Twitch is a technologically untenable solution currently. So it just for everything that the reason that they keep making changes is because Amazon keeps squashing them as much as they can. So it'd be nice to see someone maybe make a better system that people can take advantage of. Who knows?
Yep.
Justin and Jeff just fighting each other.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah. It was a good image in my brain.
Good old Justin TV. Daggerheart 1.4 dropped a few weeks ago. There was a bunch of updates. We can't even do justice to what they talk about on the actual Critical Role channel itself, but a lot of class updates. They took out the advantage being 2 12s and took it back to a D6, which honestly I like better, just because it's always flat better than rolling advantage and potentially just rolling 2 low numbers. But They took fear and codified it for GMs a little more, which I think was a good thing too. And those are the main highlights that I noticed. Did anybody else see anything that stuck out to them as they read through
Ancestries, you get 2 traits.
Oh yeah, that's right.
That was
Ancestry's just
and
better
then,
now.
Yeah. Cool. And then if you do half ancestry, you get to pick one from each, which is very cool.
Yeah, mix
There's some cool combinations you could do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Certainly that won't break things.
No, not at all.
Hey, they want us to
not
break
even
it.
a little bit.
They've said it. They said break it as much as you can, please.
Yep.
And so that's why we made it so that they had to make dodge get super down tuned.
Yeah. Yep. That was I think they are continuing those changes.
Dodge will lower until morale and until hit rate improves.
Yeah. They did some stuff with what is an action and what is not an action,
which they really
I looked at movement. It's still a little confusing. I'm not gonna lie.
Dang it. Okay.
It's still a little confusing. I mean, it didn't change wording all that much.
Dash needs to be said whether or not it's an action. That's all. You're rolling dice for it. It should be an action. And if it's not, they need to explicitly say it's not.
It says agility roll still.
Okay. Okay. Cool.
So, I mean, like, I think I have it somewhere to double check that, but that was like this week that I checked that.
Well, it is what it is.
It's a work in progress.
It's version 1. They're probably going to get to, I want to say 3 until they release, at least.
Oh, yeah.
There was another little bit of news that I wanted to talk about, though, and that is D&D Beyond. They took away the microtransactions.
Oh.
Yeah. So I have not been on D&D and Beyond in quite some time. Do you mean like the only thing I knew they were selling is like, oh, you don't have the turtles because they're the race from this one rare book. You can buy that. Is that gone?
Yeah, that's gone now. You would have to buy the turtles book.
Yeah. No more a la carte buying of classes or races. You have to buy the whole dang thing.
So
it's great.
If you want to have the subclasses. Better? So the weird thing is, like, so for me, no. And also I think from a business standpoint, no. But then again, I don't see the funny numbers that all the business people see on the D&D Beyond side.
Yeah.
But I think Hasbro keeps making this mistake of thinking that they can squeeze more money out of these nerds by being more draconian. And I think it's weird that they haven't learned their lesson on that yet.
Yeah.
It's like, we keep telling you, no, we'll just stop buying things. They're like, no, you'll still buy. It's like, most of us have the books already at home. We don't have to actually, it's just convenient. I have no idea what actually prompted this change. It's just so confusing to me personally, because one of the smartest things about it was I will eventually end up just buying a book just to be completionist. So what happens is I'll buy 3 subclasses from a book, and that'll be like $9 right there. And I like those subclasses. And that's like, hey, do you want to finish buying all the subclasses? It's only this much. And I'm like, oh yeah, sure. Click. And then it's like, hey, did you want to buy the rest of the book? It's only like 15 more bucks. And it's like, yeah, I'll get some magic items or something. So I'll click that. I have never
or you'll come back like 2 weeks later and go, oh yeah, I'll do it now.
Yeah. I've never wholesale bought a book on D&D Beyond. I've always bought a la carte for characters and then ended up just completing purchases by buying out the book at the end.
Okay.
We use my D&D Beyond account for most everything
everyone's
we do
characters
in plus one shot, because I have the master package that I
think you're supposed to say that.
No, it's allowed. It's our campaign.
Oh.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're right. Okay.
Campaign sharing is legal and part of the system.
Oh, okay.
I'm the DM for it, and for now. But so no, I'm not doing anything wrong. You can't come for me, D&D Beyond yet. And once they would be able to come for me, they literally just change the policy and make it so that you guys can't share my stuff anymore.
Yeah.
But it's the way that it works is the DM, much like every other tabletop thing, DM buys everything and then shares it with all the players. And so usually you will have like the one whale of the group who has the D&D Beyond account, and then they're the one who runs the campaign, and everybody else purchase or uses that purchase to use the official source stuff and do things like that. Now, the cool thing that
I think that's good.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's been a great
It's
system.
great.
So good. It's so free. It's so free. No.
Mhm.
But the so with that in mind, it's like they have the whole system set up to basically be a la carte iTunes style. You can buy whatever your players need and then
Mhm.
they run with it. But it's very strange to me that they would change this, although they have been doing a lot more third party.
Yeah. So maybe, they don't want to have to figure out how to do that for third party books, and they just change the whole policy, which would be weird, but also a corporate thing to do.
Yeah. I'm
I don't know.
also I'm also wondering whether or not this reverts like a couple months after the new player's handbook drops.
Hmm.
Oh,
That I
yeah.
would be very interested to see.
Yeah.
Because I could see this being, we want full purchases of the player's handbook. So we're just going to make this change now. Maybe we bring it back later and we're heroes. It's like, it's a gamble, I
It
think.
would work.
But I think it's just bad for them too, because again, like I've ended up buying so many things based off the a la carte
Yeah.
purchasing. It's just like buying a soundtrack. You buy like 4 of the songs you like, and then you're just like, the rest of the soundtrack's only like $2. Click.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see that. If they sell the whole book, then they know they're making one large chunk of money
I
versus
mean, it's
nickel and
more
dimes here.
trackable, I would say,
Mhm.
probably.
Definitely can. There are metrics to know how well the book is doing.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah. Just weird. It's a weird take, I
Mhm.
think, for D&D Beyond to have been that way for so long and for them to have changed it. But maybe
Yeah.
someone who understands the way that they're working alongside third party or other things knows something that I don't know.
Yep. Because right now it's just bad.
Yeah, I feel that way, and it's the weirdest thing to say, because you're like, but this microtransaction good, but usually microtransactions bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So also the new SRD was announced to release in 2025, 6 months
Pretty cool.
after the core books are released. So that's cool.
Yeah.
Giving themselves a little bit of unique low time before it all
Yep.
goes away.
Make that cash,
Yeah. And that's all the news that I had, because I didn't look up any more news for this week because I already wrote this outline and I worked very hard on it.
The only thing that I'm going to add is that Final Fantasy XIV tabletop RPG,
Yeah.
it's shipping.
Ooh.
Know a bunch of people who got notifications. The other place that I am on the internet, Day3 Radio, we're going to talk about it on the 1st of June, but that doesn't matter here. What matters here is that then we're going to talk about it once I get my hands on the books, actually. But they just actually released their free trial version, as they called it, which is funny if you know 14. So a couple of things about it first. PDFs are horrible. Like really bad. Not hyperlinked, bookmarks. All right. I mean, it's the free version, so you only get the rules and no pre-generated characters, no jobs, no like way to make classes, just the rules. So it's weird, but okay. Then there's the GM book, which has like how to run it and scenarios and things like that. It doesn't actually give you one. The box will, but this is the most poorly optimized PDF I've ever used. Oh my goodness. I have it next to Beacon. And like anytime I go to that page, everything just starts to chunk.
Well,
are you saying that the
once you get the real thing,
people who optimize things, who may or may not be leftover people who were responsible for 1.0 FF14, do not optimize the background of their...
I think it might be because it's also weirdly security protected, so that you can't edit it. Like it was the first time I've seen in a while a password protected PDF, and I'm like, what? Did I download this from the wrong link? Is this what is happening here? But it's the link that they tweeted out, and it's on their website, so it's there.
Why are Japanese companies so funny about their DRM? sometimes.
I don't
Like,
know, man.
it's really goofy.
I don't know. I guess they don't want you to copy it from there to somewhere else, put it on the internet or something like that. I'm sure
They do know that nerds are willing to type, right? Like a lot.
Yeah.
Like some nerds will even pour over Japanese translations and try to suss them out and put them into English in a readable manner, not calling out anybody particularly here, but let's just say if their name started with C, maybe it would end with Harls.
Yeah, well, the good thing is because they started releasing things, I don't have to continue doing that, which is great. That's really good because it was very annoying. But no one can see the jobs right now.
How are you going to do anything?
Well, Aetherite Radio, one of us has a copy, an early copy, so I'll figure it out. I've got a week. It's good.
Okay. Well, I mean, good luck and Godspeed, and I can't wait to hear more.
Yeah, it's actually it's a skin of 5th edition for sure. Very much a skin of 5th edition. Has some trappings. There's like MP. There's combo actions. So it's kind of 2 attacks at once. It's weird. It's interesting. We'll see.
Yeah, cool. I'm looking forward to it.
Please do. Sorry.
So, Yoshi P.
With that out of the way, get out of here, Norton. Never tell me this again. With that out of the way, I think we should get into the meat and potatoes of what we're going to talk about tonight, which is, in fact, the Beacon TTRPG. I have been playing this game as a player for roughly 2.5, 3 months now. I wanted to talk about it before that even happened, and one of the people who was in my Monday night game was just like, hey, I'm going to run this. And I was like, sick, I'll run the other one. So I'm going to try to run Fabula for them.
Nice.
Cool.
Or I'm just going to get sucked into a Vampire the Masquerade game and have to do a lot of reading. Like a lot.
Ooh, sounds fun.
Yeah.
Run.
Oh, which, by the way, Philip, year ago.
So. Sweet. Very cool.
Yeah.
Oh, no, not both of you.
Yes. I just got to buy some fangs and I'll be
Vampire, not mage, not even Geist, not changeling. I'll play anything else.
It's the new edition. The only other option we have currently is Hunter.
I would play that.
Listen, it's just, look, we're writing a poem to test the printer. It's fine. It's just going to be a really
I'm not
dark
judging you.
poem.
I'm not judging you. I'm just saying that I cannot play. I can't do it.
That's fair.
Yeah. I don't blame you.
So, Beacon Tabletop RPG. It's very heavily inspired by high fantasy stories, and it says on the tin. This is, by the way, this is an older PDF than my usual one, but that's fine. We're not going to look at any of the corrections or anything. Just going to be looking at all of it. It's by Tim Gonzalez from Pirate Gonzalez Games. It is, I think, their first title that they publish. Has a bunch of folks and some special thanks, but it is... By the way, this is inverted, and I apologize because it is very, very bright. But actually, I only have a tiny bit of it open, so I can undo that. So it is Beacon, and if you cannot tell from the picture, this dude likes Final Fantasy.
No, I couldn't tell.
So is this not by the same people who produced Beacon? You said it was their first.
No,
Lancer.
Yeah.
No.
I meant to say Lancer.
The thing about it is, God, what's his name online? Tom something. The guy who makes Lancer and is an absolute goat when it comes to read Kill 6 Billion Demons, folks. It's very good.
Yes. Abaddon.
Yes, thank you. Tom something. Writes a webcomic called Kill 6 Billion Demons that is very pretty and very good and very heavily based in, like, let's say, lore from, like, Indonesian. I can't get the actual correct, like, fabular
places
word that it uses, but it essentially does a lot of, like, drawing on references from old mythology, religions, and things like that. A very fun way, in a very intergalactic conflict and turning of the wheel sort of thing. But that guy wrote a game called Lancer, which is about mechs and has a very interesting mech building system that people like to do instead of actually playing the game. And then sometimes they'll play the game and that gets heavy. But you might say, well, I don't like mech games. Why can't it just have dragons and swords? And so our good friend, Mr. Gonzalez, decided, yeah,
I
why
want to
not?
tell you to leave, but okay.
And because Abaddon is such a Chad, he basically said, here's the SRD for Lancer. Please feel free to add to and use it.
Mhm.
So people are just
I
allowed
see.
to use his system pretty much wholesale. I think the main thing that he says, which is the main thing that's not free, is he says, please don't use the DM resources or the GM resources. Those are locked to people who purchase stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
Makes sense. Yeah.
Gotcha. Yep. Sorry to derail you.
No, you're fine.
That's a good
Gosh,
story.
me
Yeah.
talking.
Mhm.
But so this is not made by Abaddon, but it is made by Tim Gonzalez, and I'm pretty sure Abaddon is super stoked about it and has given a
Mhm.
few shout outs to the system. It is Lancer's character building system set in a job crystal format.
Yeah.
Which I like. I think it's pretty cool. It's a interesting idea that has been. I mean, Final Fantasy. I don't think is the one to first create it, but the idea has been around for a while, and I think
Mhm.
it's a good one.
I agree. Um, as we're going into this, I will say that there's a few things about this game that is very core to understanding it, and that is that the system admits up front it is combat heavy. It is narrative light. There is not much RP stuff that you have mechanics for. It is mostly about setting your character on a grid and then going over and hitting things that are also on a grid.
Mhm.
Yes,
And it is
it's interesting that it's that how they're like, oh yeah, we have a whole bunch of stuff you can do. If it's not a important combat,
Yeah.
just not hand wave almost, but one or two dice rolls are
Yeah.
all you need to deal with this thing. Whereas it's like, oh, now you're fighting the boss. Now you're fighting an important thing. Okay, bust out the map, get the minis, start
Mhm.
measuring, get tactical.
Yeah.
And I think that's really cool. I like. I don't know. It's a way away from typical dungeon crawlers where
Yeah.
it's just fight, move through a room, get into a fight, look around, next room, get into a fight, look around,
Yeah. It
And they're like, yeah, we don't want to do that.
Yeah.
this game is under the premise of this is a war game reskinned as a tabletop. You have a persistent character that you play through, but the thing is about different dynamic encounters with interesting enemies and you using interesting tactics in order to overcome them. Very similar to Lancer. And just like Lancer, there is a narrative system and there is the combat system, and they stay far away from each other. They are, in many places in this book, said, hey, you cannot use narrative powers in combat, and you cannot use combat powers in narrative.
Yeah.
You
I think
cannot evoke like your light beam attack while you are doing a narrative
Yeah.
scene. It says so in the book.
Mhm.
if your character has wings, they can't fly in the narrative. That's only combat. And I was like, that's weird, but okay.
Mhm.
Or
It's
if
story
they
wise, but you can't.
I don't know that it's like they can't fly, but basically what it's saying is, as a player, you don't get to go, well, my character sheet says I could do this right now while you're in the narrative scene. It's about the narrative
Yeah.
and your narrative abilities that you can roll on.
To me, it helps break the thing about D&D where in narrative scenes you go, well, I go over there. How do you go over there? It's 100 feet. Well, I'm a monk and I can move 100 feet per round. Well, yeah, this is a narrative. Can you? Or, hey, I'm going to do, I don't know, a spell that only takes a minute in narrative play. That could do so much. Like, you could do so many of them.
Yeah.
They're not really meant to cross like that, I don't think. And they just go, nope, hard divide.
Yeah.
Don't think about it.
Yeah. And this is a good thing, but I'm also not the biggest fan of it overall, because in Lancer, it led to this thing where if you don't add in your own sauce, the narrative does not simmer correctly.
Yeah.
Although
If Daggerheart is on that spectrum of helping the GM storyteller tell this story the best that you can, this is on the other side of, you know what, you could do what you do. Here's the combat. And for weaker GMs with story, yeah, you better figure it out for this one. Like Daggerheart will help you get there. This is not gonna.
Yeah. Similar to Daggerheart, for those, I know it's real popular, real big. The backgrounds that that you would just create, you get two, and you get one of them can be a +1, one's a +2. This has the same system, but it's 3. You get background traits. It's a short phrase or a couple of words that you get, and you get 3 of them at level 1, and that is all you can do in narrative play. If you're like, say you're making a strong guy and you're like, oh, my traits are bodyguard and super strength or whatever.
Yeah.
When you're doing narrative play, unless your character does one of those 2 things, you don't get to add any modifiers to your dice. Like, oh, we're searching a dark tunnel. Well, anything I do has just a flat roll. Okay, that kind of sucks. But you kind of have to make yourself, and as we'll get to it, there's a title which can also give you stuff. But
yeah, also
we don't
getting ahead.
No, you're fine. Also worth noting though that in this game it is very much a, oh, are you here, let me just share it with me. Where's the dang? It's fabulous ultimate character sheet. It's stuff. Don't judge me.
I'm not judging. I'm laughing.
I'm not judging.
I don't have to judge to laugh
at you. That's not it.
I'm
Okay,
just-
I don't
sure.
see it right now, but basically I was going to pull up my character sheet. But like my character has Protector of the Light and something else as like his 2 traits, or Bright-Eyed Novice are like the 2 things that I picked for him as like things that I can leverage whenever I'm interacting. So I think the other one's good with a hammer. And so it's just like you declare these interesting narrative things, and the more sassy that you make them, it's very much like tags in City of Mist, where you're like, well, I'm going to invoke my background of good with a hammer, and that can mean X, Y, or Z. So something needs fixing. Hey, I'm good with a hammer, but also if I just need to hit something really hard, I am good with a hammer.
Yeah, I'd like to do a one of these for City of the Mist, whenever we get time.
Oh yeah,
absolutely, please. Can't wait.
We'll
We're gonna
that.
do that. We're gonna do the TTRPG for Final Fantasy 14.
So I think it's interesting that that those are the 3 things at level 1, right, that you can do, and then as you level 2, you'll get another one. But sort of that's their level of like, figure out how you can do these things. And I feel that a session 0 is important in every game.
Yeah.
In this one, I think is unmissable. Like,
non-negotiable.
Thank you. You cannot skip a session 0. You have to talk about these things. You have to know what the GM's plan to do things is, where you might be going, things like that. So
yeah, one of those things that surprised me as I was looking through it, and it was the first time I looked through it, which was a while ago, but I was like, okay, reading through combat, and it's like, blah, blah, blah. Hey, players know everything.
Yeah.
Wait, what do you mean everything? They know where every enemy is. Okay. They know what every enemy is going to do. Yeah. And I'm like, oh, that's really interesting. They know what's going to happen because it's so about tactics.
That, by the way, is built into Lancer, and it's the Lancer OGL. Yeah. I misspoke earlier, but it's the Lancer Open Gaming License. Allows you to basically take the bare bones of Lancer and modify it however you need for your game that you're going to make, which is what this is built on. But so in Lancer, if the player asks how much HP does the boss have left, they should be given that answer. Now, at our table, we don't necessarily play that way. It's once you could reasonably know the answer you're given it, But
Mhm.
the idea being, this is a tactical game, and it's all of the decision making in Lancer and in this are based off of open data. It's like you see 6 enemies. When an enemy is invisible, they do not leave the board. But if you try to attack them, you have to roll a 50-50 to see if you hit. But you still know where they are. They're just invisible.
Mhm.
Yeah, the player knows, the beacon doesn't.
Exactly. And that's, by the way, characters in this game called beacons.
Yeah.
Oh.
Beacons of light.
Yeah. And somehow in my brain, when I saw that in Lancer, I went, yeah, machinery, scanning, whatever. But in Beacon, there isn't that level of, oh, there's technology, right?
Yeah.
But there's magic, but I'm just used to having to use it to see that. So yeah, they just don't care about that narrative part, which is fine, because honestly, players want to know that anyway, and they're going to figure it out.
Yeah, exactly.
So who cares?
And that's one of the core conceits of this game, and one of the core conceits of Lancer too is this is a tactical game, so the information's important. The GM knows yours, you know theirs.
Mm-hmm.
This is an enemy, it's an NPC, but it's also a mirage. This is an enemy and it's an NPC, it's a defender.
Mm-hmm.
So
mm-hmm.
that's one of the ways of play, and it's very interesting to do that because that way it helps you inform your decisions, especially when it comes to certain special abilities that bad guys have or things that can happen in an encounter. I don't think it's meant to be it's to fight against gotcha GMing.
Yes.
It's not made as well, you just have to, information vomit your players whenever you're doing stuff.
Yeah.
But it is definitely a thing of, in this system, if you don't give open information, it's almost impossible to play.
Mm-hmm.
So err on the side of telling when asked. Do not say, ooh, it's a secret, because your players are going to die. Especially when you hit rank 2, which is something I found in Lancer was very funny. There's very much a level 4 to 5 curve in this game that is pretty funny, a la D&D level 4 to 5, where suddenly the players get very strong. So if you put a CR5 against a party of 4 level 4 characters, you suddenly learn that CR is very funny. So this game is also very heavily based on 4th edition D&D, which means we talk about squares, we talk about movement, we talk about tactics, we talk about pushing, we talk about a bunch of different things that have to do with that. But I want to get into the narrative focus of the game first, because that's where it truly just rips straight from and is unabashed about how much the maker of this game loves Final Fantasy XIV. The source is a multiversal concept broken into reflections.
Huh.
Unknowable in number, there isn't a set number. It is basically a multiverse concept. A reflection is a unique setting created by a playgroup. This is your session 0. This is what you do. You write out and create your reflection. Magic, technology, and magitech exist in the system by default. The levels of them can be modified. You can pull levers to see what you want to set, but you're always going to have magitech. You're always going to have magic, and you're always going to have regular technology. The players are the beacons, the people who represent inspiration, be they heroes or villains, which this game really skewed heavily for me as like a Fabula Ultima style game. But that one line there, I think, is very important, distinctive difference between the two. Fabula Ultima says, you must be a hero. I'm sorry, this is a heroic game. This game says, you can be heroes or villains, but you're inspirational, no matter which one you are.
Yep.
You always set the example, whether it's a good example or a bad example.
Yeah, you are a trendsetter for good or ill. And bad guys are universally referred to as the Scourge. So, the darkness or
spooky.
And finally, my favorite one, crystals are important. This is a requirement.
Yeah, I saw that. I was like, what? Okay.
You must love crystals. Crystals good. I forget where it is in the actual book itself, but it is very, very funny. In the core principles, The core principles of the game, just to run through them real quick, is a well-being in fun of the group, including both players and GM, is top priority. So, rule 0, everybody have fun. Specific text takes precedent over general, obviously. Beacon is not a real-life physics engine, not meant to be, which is good, because at one point, Tim Gonzalez basically just said, fuck height charts. I'm not doing it. You get a modifier, that's it. I am not counting squares up. You're on top of something. Congratulations. You're basically flying or you're not. Flying has its own modifier.
I don't care. Deal with it yourself.
Narrative play and combat play are distinct modes of play. The ability to do something in one does not grant the ability automatically to do something in the other. In combat play, players can do anything their abilities allow, even if it doesn't make narrative sense. Now, this is also, I think, very important. It is build protection for players.
Yep.
Which is cool, because you spend a lot of time on what you want to be, what you want to do, and then you're like, I'm doing this. And someone's like, nah, that doesn't make sense. You can't reroll.
Yeah.
The game says, GM, you cannot no-sell them on their abilities. You have to let them use their stuff. Which I think that can go one of two ways, but I think it's an interesting thing to bring up in the core precepts of the game. Because you don't see that much. Usually you say the GM or the DM is the arbiter. They're the one who finally makes the decision. They're the one who says what goes and what doesn't go. They are the final say. This book says they're the final say, but in combat play, their abilities work. You can't tell them they don't.
Yeah.
Which
no matter what.
Also means you can't turn off their powers according to this system.
Yeah, no anti-magic zones.
That is not a thing. You cannot tell them, oh, your god can't hear you right now. It's like, no. The core concept said that my god always hears me. They love me very much, and I'm their special boy.
Exactly.
It's an interesting stance to take, because it is very different from a lot of the stances I've seen in other games. And then, of course, always round up to the nearest whole number. Always good to know. Just put that in there, because there's a lot of math.
Tell us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So I had a quick question. So about the main ideas, right? Like the Final Fantasy aspect of it with the crystals and the
Final Fantasy,
multiverse. Yeah. How does this work? Like, so it describes, like, when you look at the ancestries, we can get to that later. It gives you like, here's a reflection, and it basically gives you like a 2 or 3 paragraph world, and every one of them has a different 2 or 3 paragraph world that this ancestry comes from. But like, when you go someplace, like, are people being pulled from one reflection and they get dropped in a new reflection, and that's where there's a hub that like the players live in? Is the hub outside of the crystal?
No,
is it just one of the faces of the crystal?
I think the idea is mostly see, this is the thing. So there is no play style thing that I've read so far, as I've read the rules, that says anything about going from a reflection to another. I might have missed it. It would make sense if I had, because it's certainly a thing in Final Fantasy XIV. But according to the game, you all build the reflection together. So if you were going to go somewhere else, you'd need to make a new reflection.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so I was, in my head, it would seem that you essentially, there's a way to leave your reflection, go to a hub, which maybe exists outside of all reflections.
Yeah, the mother crystal.
You get hired for, you pick a quest, you get a job, go stop this evil thing, and then you go into whatever facet of the crystal that evil thing is happening in. So wherever you go to, like, do they know what beacons are? Or are you a brand new creature that they're like, oh my god, why is that thing 7 feet tall, and why do you have horns?
I guess it's up to you at that point.
So that was like, they go into a lot of how the reflections work, but not how they work, I guess.
Yeah.
So that was the thing I thought was weird. Like, where does this crystal of infinite faces exist? Is it just a concept, and people can travel in between these reflections of worlds? Because your character exists in one reflection, and then they go someplace else and they meet somebody else.
Well, a downtime action is what is it, like view echo or something like that, where you look at your other reflections and then pick one of them to be like change your appearance to. So yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So
Right.
the concept, I want to say the reason that this is built this way is so that your characters are portable, and also so that you can change hands on who's running the game.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
So like you can have a multiverse in case people want to run in different setting styles, and you can go between them, but everybody has to agree every time you make a new one. So because there is no rules for making a reflection by yourself, it is always created with your group.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah, and they talk about conforming ancestries to your reflection. Like there's an example one, but that doesn't mean that your dragonborn are that, right? They can be completely different. You can change it. Elves can be immortal, whatever. It doesn't really matter. This is kind of the starting point. So yeah, it kind of makes you think that, okay, so that example elf versus my immortal elf, when they get to what would they say? You look like me, kind of.
I think at one point in the book it talks like,
what are you? I'm an elf.
It talks about the avians, the bird people, and it's like, you don't have to have wings. Maybe you have jetpacks. You're from a sky pirate world. Everybody flies with jetpacks. Be essentially a human with a jetpack, and that's your background.
Yeah.
Or you want to be a ghost. You want to be from a ghost. Pick the air elemental, and just take those type of things. And so your whole world is dead because of the scourge, but you still exist as an undead, and thusly you pick whatever you want, right?
Yeah.
It is so. The little bit of blurb that they give is unlike TTRPGs with pre-established settings for the games, Beacon assumes that each gaming group will create their own setting together. These settings are called reflections. They make up infinite possible worlds of the source. So you go through designing, and this is where it says themes. You talk about topics that are important to your story. Beacons, the role that PCs play in your reflection. The Scourge, what's the nature of the reflection's recurring threat. Crystals, what's the importance of crystals in your reflection. How Aether and magic work, and how ruins and dungeons exist. And so it just gives you all these things to talk about. But it's like the reflection thing, first off, gives you the ability to... I think it's one of the conceits for how your character like remaps themselves. But then
I know that there's that ability if you want to change your character more so than as you can do the echo thing.
More so than just reading.
Yeah.
But so it's there, and they don't use it much. But I do think it's there because maybe it's a legacy piece where they wanted to be more interactive, and then it just fell to the wayside in favor of combat and actually making the game. But it's not like crazy out of pocket, or no more so than Final Fantasy XIV's whole story. So
yeah,
which does get pretty crazy out of pocket.
Yeah, I was just curious because every ancestry comes with how their reflection, like their example reflection.
Yeah.
And so reading that, I was like, wait, but how do they interact with each other? It doesn't. Yeah. You should tell me that. No. I think it's the players. When we have a session 0, we come up with our own thing.
Yeah, and whatever your whenever you choose an ancestry, it's your responsibility as a player to say, or to work with everyone to say, here's what I think humans are in this system. Here's what I think Cambians are in this system.
And not to mention, you could have 2 different people that are avians. One has bird wings and one has a jetpack.
Oh yeah,
right?
absolutely.
Like you could theoretically have. The one thing I was curious about is when it comes to the race, the ancestries. Well, should we talk about the ancestries and then I'll ask the question?
Um,
Or I don't want to, jump
we're
too far
not
ahead.
quite there yet. We should talk
Mm.
about how the game plays first, I think.
Okay.
I think you're right. I'll save my question.
Okay. So I did my engine breakdown for this, the engine and
Yeah.
play dual breakdown for this system. It reads as follows. The players are 1 GM and 2 to 5 players. That's the baseline conceit of how many people can play this game. The core dice set is D20 with D6 modifiers for accuracy and difficulty, plus your overall modifier and grit, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Grit is usually your baseline modifier. You have 4 stats. They are bulk, agility, mind, and magic. We should go into what those do because they're actually pretty dang good.
Yeah, very streamlined.
Not only streamlined, but they're not just copies of what you're used to.
Mm-hmm.
So let's
Page
see.
12.
Page 12, yeah. So we have here. Jeez. As I just bloom out my stuff. So we have bulk, mind, agility, and magic. And every level you can increase one of these by 1. These are very analogous to the abilities that you also get in Lancer, and they're core to how you build your characters. Bulk, every point that you put into it, you get 2 HP, and for every 2 points you put into it, you get an extra recovery. Recoveries are basically your healing surges in this game.
Which everybody could do. It's kind of cool.
Yeah, no, it's great, but it takes an action in combat, and it's either very strong in combat or slightly less strong out of combat, which I like for this game because it encourages you to recover while you're in the middle of a fight rather than just waiting until after.
Yeah. So bulk is how many tomatoes you can eat in one sitting, and also how quickly you could recover from eating that many tomatoes in one sitting.
Are we really going to do this every time?
I'm going to try.
All right, well, I look forward to your final ones then. Agility
I know, it's gonna be hard.
determines how fast and evasive a character is in combat. You're going to get +1 dodge for every point in agility. And for every 2 points, you get +1 speed. So here's this bar that they're setting. Every 1 you increase, you get something, and every 2 you get something better. All right, tomatoes, agility.
Sure. Yeah. So agility is how easily you could dodge a tomato thrown at you.
Mm-hmm.
Also, how easily you could run away from the attack of the killer tomatoes.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice reference.
Okay, your mind determines how much mental strain a character can handle and how well they can remember their training in combat. You gain 1 stress cap for every point in mind. That's nice. And then you get +1 memory for every 2 points of mind. And memory is basically your skill slots.
Yeah. Which is
all right.
It's like directly from Lancer, right?
Oh, basically, yeah.
Yeah.
So
you want me to do the tomato?
Yeah,
okay.
Mind tomatoes.
So mind is how many hours of a marathon of attack of the killer tomatoes you could watch without going insane. Right? Or how many tomatoes you could juggle while still doing your katas. Correctly.
We're going to move on to magic.
Okay.
Magic determines how magically adept a character is in combat. You get +1 to your etheric defense, A defense, for every point of magic, which is basically the equivalent of dodge. And for every 2 points, you get 1 MP, which is what you use for your spells or magical abilities.
Right.
Yeah. And there are things that aren't like spells that just have like an extra cost.
Usually they're considered like magical abilities, but yeah, you can spend MP for certain things here and there are martial things you spend MP on too. It's very nice that they don't just exclude martial classes from it, and they also do make it way cheaper because by and large martial classes in this game do not have as much or nearly as much MP as the ones that are magic users. But go ahead, Charles.
Sure. Okay, so magic is how many tomatoes you could conjure in one spell to then test for your bulk, right? Because you need a lot of tomatoes if you're going to figure out how many you can eat. So yeah, this is the capacity of tomatoes you could conjure. So what is this? CTC is another way to think of magic. Don't do that.
Converted
Don't.
tomato cost, is that?
Yeah,
Did you just make a
exactly.
Magic the Gathering reference with tomatoes related to
Exactly.
Beacons magic stat?
Why not? Why not? I don't know,
There is-
man.
You were saying for martial classes, I know specifically there is one class that they can spend MP to change their weapon damage type.
You're talking
There's
about the
4
Arsenal. That's the class I'm playing.
Oh,
nice.
there you go.
Guess what my max
Yeah.
MP is on that class default, by the way?
Like 1 or something. 3, nice.
Nice.
Yeah. So yeah, you can change
3
your weapon
times.
damage.
Yeah.
So, if you're fighting something and you like, oh, this I learned because the players know this thing is weak to force or it's weak to lunar or astral, you can switch.
Yeah.
And you don't necessarily need a whole lot of mana, right? Because you're just fighting one thing.
And it stays till the end of combat. And you recover, I believe you recover MP at end of combat.
Cool.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. But so there are multiple damage types in this game, by the way. They are astral, umbral, physical, force, and I think there might be like one more.
Those are the main, and then there's also stress and discord,
which are not technically damage types. They're separate things.
Exactly.
So yeah, it's just physical, force, astral, and lunar, not umbral. So they don't go through like fire, ice, lightning, blah 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 blah. They're like it's either astral or lunar.
Mm-hmm.
And they say somewhere in there like fire and lightning are probably astral, and ice and cold or earth are the other.
Yeah,
but I can tell when they wrote this because they were wrong, because the lore in 14 was wrong. What we thought was astral is actually umbral, and so it's astral is chaos and activity, whereas it's opposite. See, I even get it wrong because it's so many times. Umbral is activity, darkness is activity, light is stasis.
Yeah.
So when they wrote this, they were wrong in the same way. It's fun.
That's amazing.
But also, fire make light, so astral.
Yeah, fire make light, so that's fine. Honestly.
But I like that. It's a simplified version of there are 2 types of energy damage. There's physical damage, and then there's force damage. That's what you get. We're not going to have 50 different crazy types of damage, and we will be playing with what things are weak to and not weak to quite a bit. So
yeah,
makes sense.
So,
and as you start off with 2 points to spend on any of those 4 abilities.
Yep.
And when you level up, you get a new one. Cool thing is, well, I was going to say about how you can change them.
Oh, yeah.
They can be changed at every long rest.
Yeah.
Anytime you take a long rest or you do downtime, you can change them.
Yeah.
So if you're like, man, I really wish I had more MP, well, fix it, change it. Take a stat from you're less dodgy now.
Yeah. Which is nice because when you change your class, which we'll come up to here in a bit, a lot changes about your character on the fly. Roles in this game are divided into 3 types. They are attacks, checks, and saves. Attacks and saves are both in combat. Checks can be in combat as ability checks, but in narrative play, they are skill checks. So you only do those 3 different types of rolls. All of them are D20 rolls. The leveling system in the game is the exact same as Lancer based on the OGL. It is 1 to 4 is tier 1, 5 to 8 is tier 2, and then 9 to 12 is tier 3. And the enemies scale accordingly. Each enemy has a tier 1 version, a tier 2 version, and a tier 3 version. So
that's like another game that we tested that has the same tier levels.
Oh, yeah, it's crazy how that works.
Yeah.
It's almost like, someone who made that game liked Lancer. Maybe. Who's to say?
Maybe.
Character creation. I wrote in our outline. It is on page 11, the description of character creation. But character choices are pages 67 through 223.
There's a lot.
How many pages are in the PDF, fellas?
404.
Yeah, so half of the pages are just character.
Yeah.
in case you were worried. And the other half, another solid half of it is basically just actual encounter
Art.
design and NPCs.
NPCs, yeah.
Every job is 4 pages. One of those pages is just art.
Yeah.
So on character creation, we're just gonna breeze over this because we're gonna get deeper into how characters are made later. But you start with a name and a title. You also get 3 ranks in a background skill. You get 2 ability points. You get 3 ranks in talents, which are very fun.
Absolutely, yeah.
You get, sorry, not 3 ranks in talents. You get 3 rank 1 talents. You cannot
Yes.
put
Yep.
into multiple ranks of a talent at level 1. You get an ancestry. You get 1 class rank, which is basically your equivalent of license levels in this game. You get access to all basic equipment and techniques, which is just the standard loadout stuff that is so nice in games like this, where it's like you have all your class-based stuff, or you can just use the pole arm that everybody can use. And sometimes those items are very good. Do not sleep on them if you're playing this system. And then finally, you have appearance.
Yeah.
So a very small amount of things to have to choose at this beginning of the game.
You say that. Then you look at the options for each one of those.
Okay, talents
again,
gets a little bit noodly, but it's not like
Talent-
building a character in D&D yet.
Sure.
Yeah, sure.
I think the title and the 3 rank 1 background skills. Again, those are the things that are completely nebulous.
Yeah.
You decide.
Yeah.
I want to say, like, this is where you kind of have to have already envisioned your character. Like I know a lot of players who will come to a game, they'll have an idea for a druid, and they're like, okay, I'll figure out the character's backstory, their personality, their choices as I play the game. As we go through, then I'll figure it out. Oh,
Yes,
I acted this way in
you
this
do this.
scene.
Yeah.
What? And you build your character as you go. And in this one, if you're giving yourself a title, you already have to know what hero, quote unquote hero, you are in the future.
Yeah.
Like, you have to sort of, I mean, you don't have to, but I think to sort of make sense of your character, if you're going to call them, like, Stevie the Silver Tongued, right? Yeah. Like, you probably aren't going to be a berserker.
Yeah, maybe. Most likely.
Right? You're going to be doing some kind of, like, social controller type idea. You're gonna want to be having your background skills, that sort of invoke a bard or a skald, some kind of talky person.
Yeah.
And so I think that's one of those things where, if someone's like, well, I don't know what they're going to be in the future, I haven't gotten there.
Yeah. It's
so I just think that's one of those things where when it comes to the start, the session 0,
yeah,
you need that part of it.
But I think it's, so here's the thing about it is, you don't have to come with a fully fleshed out character concept. But what I would say for this in particular is come to the table with what you want your character to be good at.
Sure, yeah.
Because what this essentially boils down to is, so for example, my character is an arsenal in the game that I play. I'm using my good boy Gabriev again. I like to reskin a lot of my characters as I play through games. And his title is Light Forger, because in this setting that we created, the reflection that we have, there is a sacred or pseudo-militaristic order of what are essentially kind of paladins, but they have the ability to forge hard light weapons and armor and things.
You play a paladin?
Me? Ooh, never! Perish the thought. But actually, he just attack and also he good boy.
Yeah.
He not exactly exactly a smitey smite. He's kind of a smitey smite.
Just a
arsenals.
little bit.
Arsenals are a hell of a drug in this game. I can go on about that, but we should get somewhere first.
Sure.
But so his title is the Light Forger because he has the ability to forge things from light, and it's kind of like a pseudonym that all of the people from the sect are known by from people, because they're like, monastic. They live on a mountain. They live next to a thing that just shoots light out of the ground called the Beacon. In the setting, we really went on the nose for this one. And so the idea being that that's kind of just the title that he would go by as he's going around. He is a light forger. And so then for the 3 background skills that I gave him good with a hammer. I gave him bright-eyed initiate because he is very not world-wise, and I thought that was fun.
Mm-hmm.
And so that gives me like the ability to use that as like an inquisitiveness, but also an ignorance, you know?
Right.
And then representative of the light was the other one that I gave him. And so with all those 3 things combining in with each other, I have the ability to like mix and match and like argue for why I could use a skill. And if you use a background when you're making a roll, you're able to roll it with an additional, with an advantage, an extra d6. If you are able to invoke your title while you do it, you just get a flat +2. 10 is usually the DC for any narrative skill challenge. The DCs on this game are extremely low.
Yeah.
Because the flat
because that modifier is so low.
Because the flat bonuses on this game are nearly non-existent.
Mm-hmm.
It's when we talk about combat, I'm gonna point something out to you guys just as like a fun thing for this game, because it intentionally makes it hard for you to hit on average, and then gives you an interesting system to press your luck doing so.
Sure.
Yep.
Right.
But so
yeah, and
go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. I was just gonna the title.
Mm-hmm.
That's one of the things you can change when you find Echo, by the by.
Yeah, you can change your
which is very cool.
You can change your backgrounds.
Yeah.
You can change your ancestry.
Yeah, appearance, name, gender, title, ancestry, classes, talents, find an Echo. So I think that's like, I really don't like when people are like, oh, this game, they said it's not narrative first, which they did. But when you look at Find Echo and you think about what the story could be of how that works, that's really cool. Like, just lean into that.
It's as narrative as you want it to be, and it gives you a lot of ability to be very narrative. It just doesn't require you to do it for playing the game as a player. It doesn't require it, but it doesn't deny you, and it rewards you for doing it.
They seem to use for the narrative play, they seem to pull heavily from Powered by the Apocalypse.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, Powered by the Apocalypse is everybody's favorite boy when it comes to just having a flat narrative system that you don't want to think too hard about.
And it's cool because you learn one system and then it's minor tweaks. Because Powered by the Apocalypse is 2d6. This is just a d20 instead. Yeah. They changed the values a little bit, but they kept it half and half.
Yeah. No, it's really it. As streamlined as the narrative play is, I do have to say that, like, when it comes to downtime actions, the downtime actions are actually impactful in this, much more so than they were in Lancer, and I like them a lot. But so let's see, we had that character creation is what we're talking about right now, and then we could go deep, but let's talk about how the game plays first, because we could talk about character creation for a whole 2-3 hour sesh.
Yeah,
because
2-3 days.
Yeah. Like I wrote out, the pages upon pages when it came to Fabula Ultima, because the character stuff was all really interesting and cool, but it was also 1 page per class type. This game is very much not that at all. So in the play of the game, we have the purpose, the sessions, the campaign, the leveling rhythm, and how session zeros work. For the purpose of the game, you are cooperatively creating a fantasy world, and you go on a grand adventure or 2 in the or adventure or 2 in it, and then I put Fabula Ultima because it's very similar, with a heavy focus on tactical combat. The sessions
important. The important combats. 1 or 2 big.
The sessions are split between narrative play, which is in the book pages 22 through 40, and combat play, which is 41 through 67, describing both. Usually 1 to 2 of the 4 to 5 scenarios for a quest is
1 or 2 are combat. and
Yeah.
then the other out of like 4 or 5, the other 3 are
narrative, like
narrative.
little scenarios. In my experience, a quest will take 2 to 3 sessions to complete, most of which is just the combat for taking that time. A campaign itself can last up to 12 levels, meaning up to 12 quests, because every quest you gain a level once you're done.
Yeah.
Depending on the story your group wants to tell. And then the leveling rhythm is, again, 1 level per quest. Quests typically last 2 to 3 sessions, with 1 to 2 narrative downtime sessions between quests. Expect a level every 3 to 5 sessions.
Okay. So you have time to look forward, because when you level up, you get a whole bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
So you have time to plan your next step.
Yeah.
Right.
As I make everybody's brains hurt as I move around on the thing.
It's interesting that 3 to 5 sessions. I think that is it's a good clip when you think about 20 levels in D&D, and you think about the usual guideline of, it's like, what even is it anymore? It's like your level in sessions before you level again.
Back on a Dragon Talk with Mike Merles, 7-ish, 8-ish years ago, I want to say. The statement that he made was, the way that we want the game to work is that you level once a month of play. However fast or slow you're playing, the core concept is try to make it so that your players will level once every real world month.
Right.
That's kind of cool.
And
keeps things interesting. You get to do new stuff.
Yeah. And in my brain, I was like, that's too fast. And then I thought about that, and I was like, that would be 1 year and 3/4 to get from 1 to 20.
Yeah.
That's a
which
long
is still why nobody gets there.
Yeah.
Like, when you think about a group such as us, if we were to take this on and we were to play,
12
it would take us
levels.
12 license levels. We play every other week, 3 sessions per level. I mean, that's gonna take us years.
Yeah.
Still.
Yeah, it would.
Yeah, it's still 36 to, what is that? 60? 36 to 60? Yeah. No, 36 to 60 sessions.
Yeah, these are all my estimations, by the way. I don't think that this is how the system says it is, but I do think that also the system suffers from what a lot of systems suffer from, which is what I call tactical board game syndrome, where they will just put on the box, this game takes 90 minutes to play. And I look at them every time and I laugh, because they don't understand how setup, people, time work. You will not
14
play a game
tabletop says 120. It's still wrong. The 14 tabletop says 120 minutes per session, and that's not right.
Yeah, sure, Jan, sure.
Yeah, no.
But no. There is a version of this game, if you have the tactical combats like be as light and easy as you ever want, but the meat and potatoes of this game is doing the fights, and making the fights longer doesn't actually suck as long as the fights are interesting.
Yeah.
So
that's cool.
You kind of want to hang out in them as much as you can and do your cool things. I don't think that this is how they. It would take a long time. I know that I've said this a million times on this channel, I think, but I have run 12 license levels of Lancer. It was in 2 4-month blocks, I want to say. And that was playing every week.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah. So pretty intense time frame. The sessions were 2 to 3 sessions of combat, and then downtime, and then 2 to 3 sessions of combat, and then a downtime. And that was how it cycled. And usually it was 2. So it was roughly, I'll give it 2.5 times 12. So 5,
so
6.
A level every 3 weeks or so.
Yeah, 30 sessions of combat and about 11 sessions of downtime. So 41 sessions total.
Wow.
If I mathed that out right. I have the breakdown in my notes somewhere, but I'm not going to go to those right now. But so it takes a bit to do, but it doesn't linger on the unfun parts, which I appreciate.
Mhm.
As far as session zeros go, the session zero explanations are pages 226 to 232.
And I mean, it's your typical, session zero, talk about things that people do and don't want, what this game can and can't do.
Yeah, setting up the game actually has some very good tips about this game. It says Beacon is good at high fantasy, action,
Yeah.
tactical battles, and powerful player characters. It is not good at subterfuge and heists, intrigue and social manipulation, horror, or quick battles.
Yeah.
Literally says,
Yeah.
we don't do fights quick, so don't expect that. And once you guys see the initiative system in this system, have either of you taken a gander?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh wow, yeah. It's
a thing.
interesting.
I will sing its praises until my dying day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I get it. It seems really interesting, and I understand why faster actions happen first rather than slower actions.
Mm-hmm.
Compared to, like, D&D, where it's like, no, I rolled the highest, I do whatever I want to do the fastest.
Yeah.
Whereas in this one, it's like, no, if I'm defending, I'm starting defending first.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just have to hold my shield up. Yeah. That's the quickest thing you could do, is hold up a shield.
Yeah.
It's very cool.
Full out attack.
Yeah.
I remember that was one of the first things that I looked at in this game when it was super early and going, I want to play it on Foundry. Oh man, that's going to be a pain. Yeah, how do you even do it?
So the way that we play it is we have a little like cardboard underneath the battle map.
Mm-hmm.
And then we pull an extra token out in Roll20. And we place it on the tracker where we're going to go.
Yeah.
And it works surprisingly well.
It's got to be a little bit more manual like
so
that.
I had a question about that.
Yeah.
Does it work sort of like, okay, we are on step 1, like phase 1. Who wants to go? We
should get to that when we get to that, because that's going to be a whole actual explanation on its own, talking about the battle system, which we can do right now if you guys want.
Well, I was going to say, do you want to do the narrative? It talks about narrative first. Do you want to cover the narrative sessions first and then go to the combat sessions, or
sure? Do you have narrative sessions up? Do you want to start us on that? Because I didn't have that very extensively in my outline, but it is good.
Well, I was just saying, I think it's interesting the way they like create like 3 different versions of the narrative.
Mm-hmm. Can you pull a page so I can follow along? Sorry.
22,
yeah,
or 23 technically. Yeah. So you start off with like what we have in D&D, a skill check. You want to do something, it's a skill check. Again, because it's narrative, only things you get to do is your title or your background skills. Those are the only ways you can modify that roll. And it works on the Powered by the Apocalypse, where a 1 through 9 is a miss, 10 through 19 is a hit, and 20 or better is a crit. And if I'm not mistaken, interestingly, in this game, a crit is not a natural 20. It's just a 20.
Yeah, hit over 20, you crit.
Yeah, if you roll an 18 and you have a +2 from your title, that's a crit.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So I think that's kind of cool.
Yeah. It definitely makes advantage, especially in combat, when you critical is very nice, because you roll all combat dice, take best.
Yeah.
Or you double all combat dice, then take best. So it's more of a filtration system, so it's not like outrageous like it can be sometimes in other D20 systems.
Or exploding dice or anything like that.
Oh, exploding dice.
Yeah.
It does have those, by the way. There is a weapon I have.
Yeah.
Called the Masamune. It is super cool.
Yeah, they can put that stuff on weapons in the system. That's the cool thing. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's something that happens in Lancer too. But yeah, no, it's super fun to do. Go ahead.
So that's your basic narrative action. You just want to do something quick. You want to convince somebody to do something, right?
Yeah.
And now when you have those kind of actions, you can do anything you want, but they pulled from Powered by the Apocalypse, and there are specific actions. So if you want to convince somebody, then the values change. 1 through 9 is still a miss, but a 10 through 19, I'm on 24. The GM chooses one of the following. Either the person does what you want them to do, but you have to give up whatever blackmail or something you had on them, or they want something in return. So like, I'll help you, but you have to help me. And then if you get a crit, they just do whatever you want. So it's like they decided to add these extra like moves, which is what Powered by the Apocalypse has. So you can gain insight, and depending on how you roll between the hit and the crit, it's what kind of questions you get to ask of the GM to get this insight, gather information, make conflict. And it goes on for another 1, 2, 3, like 3, 4 pages, 5 pages. So there's quite a bit of stuff that you can do that is just this single roll, solves everything.
It is a single roll encounter, basically. You declare you would like to try to use an action, and it works accordingly. Which is also, I think, pretty similar to how Fabula Ultima's narrative actions work.
I believe so, yeah. And then now, as the GM may get to a point where it's like, oh, something more difficult is going to happen, right? And then this is when you get into skill challenges that have a set number of successes and failures. Yeah. They have a difficulty chart, which, depends. And this is something that can either succeed or fail. Their example is chasing someone across a rooftop. Everybody rolls. They say how they choose to stop this person from escaping. You get enough successes, you stop him. Too many failures, he gets away. And so it's just straight up win or lose, which I think is kind of interesting as well. We've seen that in other games, multiple things.
I will say in this system, I do just want to point out, as we're talking about the roles themselves, whenever you make a skill check, you always roll the d20, but with the following modifiers. If you can invoke your title, you will get a +2. And if you can invoke one of your ranks or one of your backgrounds, you get advantage dice equal to your background. The way that advantage and disadvantage dice work in Beacon, similar to Lancer, is you have they basically cancel each other out, and whatever's left you roll. When you roll multiple disadvantage or advantage dice, they are not additive. It is just keep highest. So whatever you end up rolling, because as you look down further in on page 24, difficult skill checks, the GM can impose up to a 3 difficulty check depending on how hard it is. So you can be very hard pressed to actually beat that check, because I think at best you can roll flat. I forget how high you can increase a background. I think it might just be to 3.
Yeah, I don't know.
I think it's 3. I think everything here is 3.
Yeah.
I think everything it has they're set at 3.
Yeah, but so that can definitely add some modifiers to it that can make it a little more or less spicy. So
and they say the 3 is only if this is just barely possible, and don't be afraid to say no. You can't do that.
Please,
there's not because it's narrative. Your character skills don't come into play here. It doesn't matter if it's. So I think that's kind of cool.
Yeah, I always appreciate just reminding people, don't have them roll if they can't succeed.
Yep.
Because every time you do that, they will.
Very true. So then, that's the skill challenge. That's the second part. And then the third part, which I think is really cool and I have not seen before, but if either of you do know it, feel free to tell me where it's from. They're called adversary challenges. And this is one where the players know beforehand they will succeed. There is no failure to this. But the GM sets up a goal, right? Their example is it's a mine. You have to get to the bottom of the mine. And then they set up a number of adversaries. So you pick a number. Each adversary is something that sort of slows you down or stops you from achieving your goal, or would. You're going to succeed, doesn't matter, but it would be. Then the GM picks a number of consequences and adds them to as many adversaries as there are. They don't have to be equal. You could have 4 adversaries and 2 consequences, or whatever. As you say their example, you're going through a mine and there are monsters. There are monsters in this mine and they could hurt you. If you don't stop the monsters, everybody loses 1 recovery because you are quote unquote hurt as your consequence.
Yeah.
And there is a list of what you can do.
That really does hurt, by the way, losing that
Losing
would be
recovery.
very rough.
Yeah.
So everybody then does the same type of roll. One person chooses, oh, there's monsters. Well, then I'm a magic person. I'm going to cast a shield around our cart to try and defend us from these monsters.
Yep.
You roll, the d20. Have to beat a 10 or better, and then you sort of determine what stat. There are 6 approaches that you list. You have to pick one of those approaches,
Mm-hmm.
and
Which
then
endure,
depending on
infiltrate, prepare, scout, sway, whittle.
Correct. So say you use endure, you weather a storm and stand strong, enduring whatever trials come your way. So you endure their attacks by using the shield. And if you succeed, you can choose to either overcome that consequence so nobody suffers that negative when you get into combat, or you can be selfish and just take a benefit for yourself. Like you start combat with 4 temp HP. And it doesn't say specifically here, but I think adversarial narrative play leads directly into combat.
Yeah.
It should, because everything that you do here directly applies to a fight. So you're in this mine, you're protecting yourselves with the magic. You're like, oh, there's mine carts, but the track is broken. So someone says, oh, I'll just use my strength to jump the car, like, Donkey Kong Country, and he just jumps the tracks, right? Yeah. And now if there's no consequence to that, because you can pair them however you want. If you succeed, well, you get another way to bolster yourself. You get some kind of bonus for yourself going in. And so it's this interesting way to help. The fight could be really dangerous if you didn't manage to overcome any of these consequences. It could be really helpful because you were selfish and picked the ones that just benefit you and not the team.
Yeah.
But I just think it's a really interesting system. It's in my head, it seems like a way to deal with the 2 or 3 rooms of combat that would normally lead up to the big boss fight.
Yeah.
And so you can roll through that whole fight in 20-30 minutes rather than it being like a 2-hour long trek to get through these 2 rooms, burning resources and deciding what you want to do and then getting to the boss. Because if you don't fix all the consequences, it's like you've lost resources.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think that's a really cool system, and I would love to see that in action to sort of get the players hyped for whatever's at the bottom of the mine, or wherever you're going, because you'll get there. You just the mine cart just crashes at the bottom and everybody's hurt and stumbling and like, oh my god, there's the big boss, or like you all just jump out and ready to fight with weapons drawn.
Yeah. So again, this is the sort of stuff where this is de-emphasized. This is not the thing that the system is written for, but they didn't exactly slouch on it.
No,
exactly. I agree 100%. They put work into it.
Yeah.
All these lists, and now I'm sure some people will be like, there's like a table I got to pick from. There's 6 options, and each one has like 4 or 5 different results that I could do. How am I ever going to decide? Like, there's so much stuff, so many charts. But yeah. I think it's really good. And hits and crits are different. So if you crit on your adversarial thing, it's an even better benefit.
Yeah.
So I think it's really cool. And it can show, how players want to, I don't really care if we don't overcome this confidence. Like, I don't care if, or consequence.
Adversity.
What was I saying?
Adversary. They're adversity challenge.
Okay. Sorry, I just read it too fast.
No, you're good. Yeah, listen, you read it too fast. I missed these 2 pages of the book entirely.
Oh yeah.
And I think my GM might have too.
Oh yeah.
Really?
Yeah. I mean,
Never done one?
or not yet. So I'll bring it
Yeah.
up. But he might just also say, I like the combat stuff better. I just want to go
Yeah.
from that. That's another thing, is like, the thing is, this is not exactly super meaty on the one hand, but also it's enough if you want to put it in, but it's small enough that if you want to just cut it out, you can.
Yeah, you don't need to.
Yeah.
It could either be a single skill check or just a, pass or fail, get 4 successes and you succeed.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But even more than that, I love this hit crit table, because this is exactly the kind of shit that you want going into a fight. You're like, okay, well, I'm going to choose infiltrate and I'll take ambush. So once per round, when I make an attack roll while hidden, I'm going to roll 2d20, which in this game is nutty.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
But if you're infiltrate, there was a consequence instead that you chose not to overcome. Because if you take ambush, you do not overcome the consequence.
No, you zero.
Somebody else has to do it instead.
Mm-hmm.
And like there's what, 12 consequences? Each PC has one of their weapons broken.
Yeah.
Everyone loses their recovery. NPCs start before all the PCs.
But also just all of the interesting things you can do on the hit table are very juicy for combat. No positions. You can move one non-boss NPC to another free space within their deployment zone. If there isn't a set NPC deployment zone, you can move them to a free space within range 8. So you just get to relocate one of the guys on the map.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's powerful. That's fun.
It is, I think. And so, it gives you a reason to want to succeed on these challenges.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would definitely throw this out in play just to see what people would pick. You know what I mean? Like, even if you're like, whatever, like we could fight all the way through it, just to throw it out, just to see what people might pick, especially if you're like, oh, this is the big boss, like I want you to have everything so I don't have to hold back. Right.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
It's like, all right, I crit on prepare. Or no, I crit on, where is it? It's this one. I crit on endure. Cool, you could surpass, you could overcome and take a hit. Or I can have +2 armor.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm,
That's
mm-hmm.
damage reduction, by the way.
Straight damage reduction.
And
and armor.
You're go ahead.
The armor in this game, the heaviest armor is like 3. So
yeah.
That brings you to 5.
It just emphasizes strategy with the team, because you're going to talk to the team about it. You're going to be like, okay, so there's 2 potential consequences. We don't know what they are yet. Maybe you roll them before. I didn't see that you do or not.
You do. You know.
Okay.
You know what the adversity is, and you know exactly what the consequence is.
Yeah,
that would make sense because you know everything else in combat. But you just look at it and you go, all right, we'll stop one of them. Who doesn't need one of these bonuses? All right, healer, you don't need anything, or someone who's, more supporty, you don't need anything. Okay, you overcome one of them if you hit.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody else will get a bonus because that'll help you anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it could really change the tide of battle,
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
And it could, someone who has no armor, like a caster or something with 1 armor, somehow gets the, I'm going to endure this. They get it. Now they've got up to 3 armor. They've tripled their armor as a caster.
Mm-hmm. No, that's all very fun.
So, yeah. But I think not only is it cool, and they give you tables. So on the 38, like there's 20 different adversities. They just
Dangerous
straight up tell
fauna. Always good.
Yeah.
Time loop.
That's fun.
People that need help, monster infestation, right? Like this is the thing. This is how does your Lightbringer overcome a time loop?
Man, that would be okay. So I'm seeing in my mind's eye playing Beacon, trying to do or create okay, Philip, I'll tell you why this is a thing, but DSR. Mm-hmm. It's an ultimate fight in Final Fantasy XIV. Part of the fight is a time loop, and you have to figure out how do we get out of this time loop? By letting something happen or doing something correctly. You could do that in your game and then have the last boss be the last phase of it. So that's kind of interesting to me.
Yeah.
You know, if these lead directly into fights, they can be part of the fight, basically. So that's really cool.
Yeah, definitely.
And in their example of it, they give 3 adversities and 2 consequences. And then after they roll the 3rd adversity, the GM just goes, hey, 4th one, there's a giant monster following you. Right? No consequences added to it because they already knew what the consequences were ahead of time. So there's just this 4th one. It's a giant monster following you. What do you do? Right? And someone's like, oh, I jump in its mouth and like hold its teeth open so that it can't hurt us. And like, okay, you succeeded, you get a benefit because there's nothing to overcome. So that person just gets a benefit. And that way every player gets a chance to roll in these things. You know, if you have 4 players, give them 4 options. So yeah, and you can throw, so you're right, it would be perfect to throw in, oh, as you go through this, you realize this looks very similar. You're stuck in a time loop. Once you figure that, once someone solves that, then the big boss fight starts.
Yeah.
You could definitely do something like that. That'd be really cool.
It would be. All right, so we should get into character creation, just talking a little bit about this. I have
Oh boy.
I'm gonna try to breeze over it as much as I can because we could do a whole nother Fabula Ultima stream if we really wanted to, or we just talk for 2 hours about builds, but that won't be enough to even get through the first 3 on this.
No.
It won't be. The way that this game works is it sets characters levels into classes. Very similar for anybody who's played Final Fantasy XIV. There are up to 3 levels in any class. Each of those levels unlocks a few things for you. Most of it is, it starts out basically like a typical leveling system. You have 1 level in a class. That class provides you with what I would call a template for your job. Because every class has a job associated with it. Your job is whatever your baseline stat sheet is for that class. So for example, let me see, what page am I at? That's combat play. I need to go down a little bit.
First class is 86.
86. Thank you. I think that should be what, Alchemist?
Aegis.
Bard.
Oh, it's Aegis?
Yeah. The one that I always keep looking at. Yeah. Every time I've looked at this book, I've looked at this one.
It is really cool. We're not going to talk about it much.
No, it's fine. Say okay. I just gravitate somehow towards abjuration, and it's just straight up abjuration here.
Yeah. Oh, not this is a one of the defender subclasses. But so what we're looking at here is we have a few different things that you need to understand about the class. It has a scope. Whenever you have an effect that has any range to it, usually it will label itself as within scope for abilities for your class. So this one has scope 10. Bulk, you have 6 HP to start and 3 recoveries. For mind, you have a stress cap of 7, which is great, and a memory of 7, which is great.
Really great.
So you're very good mind. Your agility is a 6 and a speed 4. You are slow as shit in this class.
Is your speed, that'd be what, 4 squares that you can move?
Yeah, 4 squares.
Yeah.
Baseline is 5. And dodge 8, usually. And then magic, you have an A defensive 10 and an MP of 5. Both also good stats. So your stat lines are geared towards mind and magic, but you're a defender class because you are a mage that throws shields to your allies and has a shield over yourself. You also get traits, which are just default things that come with the class, not to be confused with the traits you can pick in this game, which are later down the line. So for this one, you can spend MP as if it were focus, which is a specific thing that comes into combat. Abjur's Ward, you gain the ward spell, which is equipped for free. So whenever you're going to, whenever you have a loadout in this game, you have to spend points to equip things to yourself, including your spells. But classes with their jobs tend to come with free things if they're caster especially. Ward is, it has innate, it costs 1 mana, and it's unique. An ally within scope would take physical, astral, lunar, or force damage before armor or resistance. You just straight up use it as a reaction, and you can use reactions once per turn.
Yeah.
I do believe.
I
Unless
believe
it
so
states
too.
otherwise. So this one does not say it's once per round, so it is once per turn,
Mm-hmm.
meaning you can spend this multiple times on a round.
Yep.
Which is something that is specific to Beacon and Lancer. You do not have a limited number of reactions per round. You are only limited to the amount of times you can use a reaction per turn. And you can only use one reaction per turn, and you cannot reuse them sometimes if they have a once per round thing or something. But so basically, for this one, it's you reduce damage by 1d6. You can reroll this die as many times as you want. It costs 1 MP each time. So basically, you can just blow your MP to make sure somebody gets a negation on their hit.
Mm-hmm.
And then I wanted to point out, so this is when you go on a quest, you have to pick your primary job.
Yeah.
And if your primary job is Aegis, all of this stuff is what you get.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like these are your stats, default stats and traits.
Mm-hmm.
Any other jobs, any other armor or supplies that you have will add to this.
Mm-hmm.
So if you are both having potential, yeah, and you have a loadout as James was saying. So, and then there's the weapon and support slots. Also, this is what it does. So those are.
If it's easier to look at from the Lancer perspective of the mech has certain slots that it had on it. So as adventurers, whatever job you have certain carrying capacity essentially.
Yeah. It's built-in carrying capacity, or man, there was something else. Burden from Daggerheart, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So yeah, you can an Aegis can equip a light weapon and a main, which is like really just like a medium weapon, I want to say, because then there's heavy.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The other option is heavy. Those are the three.
Yeah, main is like the main one. You have multiple lights, and you'll usually have a main or a heavy, unless you're insane like an Arsenal.
Yeah. And then same with support slots. There's different levels of those. So if you're, Aegis has the light weapons, but if you go with something like an Arsenal or like a Berserker, they're going to have a main and heavy option.
Mm-hmm.
On top of that, something else you get default with the job is your limit break.
Yeah.
Because if you weren't sure that this is based on Final Fantasy from everything we've said so far, here you go. For the Aegis, that is Perfect Shield. At any time during a combat scene, you may choose an ally within range. Until the end of this phase in the next round, all damage and stress they receive is reduced to 0. You put a bubble on somebody and you say they can't be hurt.
That's it.
You get to do that once per quest.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Whenever.
Now, what's kind of cool is that usually there's only 1 or 2 of these combats.
Yeah.
So if you know your GM only has the 1 combat in a game, then you do this in that fight.
Blow your cooldown.
You're gonna use your cooldown. Some of them exist for the entire combat scene.
Yeah.
On turn 1, hit it because it's gonna last until the end.
Yeah. Worth also noting, since you have 1 rank, if you were a 1 rank in Aegis, you would also get the rank 1 associated spells for this. But spells or abilities or weapons also can be for like martial classes. So for this, you get ablative armor. The main thing I'm going to focus on here is it's a minor action. It costs 2 memory and it has a focus cost.
Yeah, which you could spend MP for.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Focus, by the way, is a stat that you generate by bolstering in this game. As a defender, you're going to want to bolster a lot because focus is sick, nasty, and it's so cool. It makes playing a defensive character fun, and it's the first time I've seen in a tabletop RPG that I went, defenders are cool. Block. I want to block things. I want to block all the things because I have a mini game.
And also, I think it's important to say that this is Focus X. Meaning, you got this ability, right? I'm assuming that when you build out your list of jobs, and the abilities from it, even if I'm not main Aegis for this quest, I can still use this if I could build focus.
Yep.
Correct.
And everybody can build focus.
Yeah.
Yes.
It is an action on your turn. You take the bolster action, I want to say.
So like, normally you would say like in D&D, you'd like, oh, I'm going to defend for my turn and everybody has disadvantage to hit you. In this one, you gain focus. It's like a D6 +1 focus. And you also get like +1 armor. No, am I wrong?
It's like a D3 plus your armor rank.
Oh, okay. My apologies.
But yeah, it's just, this is why Buildcraft is so crazy, because you can even use this on a marshal.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So yeah, you can
as a minor action.
You take this as, you start with this, and then you complete your mission and you go to jump to a martial class. And then you just always keep this armor in your back pocket.
Yeah. Now, something else to note is that it costs 2 memory. Memory is your loadout slots. So that's a heavy
which you have
price.
7 of by default right now.
7 for this one.
For this one, yeah. In this example that we're talking about.
Exactly. And then there's another spell that also costs 2 memory that is a 1-mana spell, and you notice it says it has a phase on it. The minor action is whenever you're going, you take a major action, a minor action, you can move. The warding wall is an action that you would take in phase 1 bolster.
Yes. And this is the coolest part.
Go ahead.
So what it says there was a minor action that says phase 1 bolster. If it said phase 1, it would mean that in doing the spell, you would do it in phase 1, but you aren't bolstering. If it does say bolster on it, this is from what I saw, you also bolster. Correct?
Well, it's that anything that is triggered by bolstering.
Yes.
So like if someone else has an ability where every time you use the bolster action, double the amount of focus you would get.
Yeah.
Then if this one gives you focus, you get to double it.
Yeah.
If your thing doesn't give you any focus, then it has no effect. Is how I read it. But yeah, if anything, or if something triggers, when your teammate bolsters, you can give them free health, temporary health. That counts.
Yeah.
But if it just said phase 1, then you couldn't give them free health because they didn't bolster. They just did something in phase 1.
Yeah. But in this specific case, like the example is Dahlia wants to attack with her bow, which is a 3 volley. This requires her to use it during phase 3 skirmish because it's volley, right? But the mock skill is just phase 3. So she can use it, but it is not a volley. It is not both, right? So you couldn't do it when it triggers off. But yeah, that's why this is a defender that has a move in bolster that still counts as a bolster is amazing.
Yes.
Really, really cool.
And so I think it's an interesting difference because they can say stuff like the warlord, when a person does something specific, give them free health. When the warlord does something, your teammates can do a free action or can do a minor action to like attack or heal or something. And so it's kind of cool because it says like when you do this specific ability, they can do this specific ability.
Right.
So no, that's not how it works.
Nope.
Oh yeah.
No.
Phase 1 itself is bolster. You have 2 options in bolster currently, but you can also use your magic ability in the bolster. Sorry.
Okay.
I want to double check.
So it would have to say refresh. Yeah.
It would have to say it's also a refresh action or in
Got
addition
you.
to
Okay.
refresh action. You would be phase 1 is the bolster phase, and you take the defend action to increase your focus or the refresh action to heal yourself.
So if it said phase 1 defend, then it would be okay. That's what it is.
And it would basically say during your defend action, something that we could go to for understanding of that. Oh gosh, just apologies. It's inverted right now, which makes it look a little bit funny, but it makes it so that it's not blinding. Ooh, spooky. Let's see. The paladin. as like add-ons.
I was gonna say if you want to go to 198. Oh, unless you found one, sorry.
We can go to 198. Say it up.
The Warlord.
Mhm.
Once per round, when you make a character marked, an ally of your choice can looking the wrong one. Take a breather. When you or an ally within scope performs one refresh, phase 1 refresh, another character of your choice within range 10 gains a d6 plus 1 temp health. It's just the Warlord's take a breather on 198. So
Yeah.
yes, if that one is bolster, you are correct.
Yeah.
This one, if when they in phase 1, if they are specifically taking the refresher ability, you can do this thing.
What that key phrase on top of the Aegis means is this action can occur in the bolster phase.
Yeah.
So
but it
basically
it's neither the defend nor the restore.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Or refresh, I mean.
So unfortunate. So you can't stack those two, but
Yeah.
believe me when I say focus is so strong all on its own. Or
Mhm.
or defend, because when you take
Yeah.
the defend action, I believe you give everything to hit you disadvantage.
Dang.
Actions in combat. It's basically the
so-
perfect defender action.
Mhm.
Mhm, mhm.
Let's see. Actions in combat. Actions in combat. Defend
I think it's
is you've gained focus equal to your armor plus a d3 until the start of your next turn. Attacks against you are made with 1 difficulty.
So yeah. So that's a 1d6 minus. Correct.
Anything to hit you, and giving you focus grants you new reaction abilities of opportunity attacks. And or no, I think opportunity attack might be default, but it grants you interpose, which is the big one.
Do we want to go through how these phases work? Or since we're talking about that, do that.
So I just want to talk a little bit more about the structure of a beacon first.
Okay.
So so like we were saying, it starts out as a leveling system like you've seen before up until around level 4. And then you start kit bashing, because like we saw, every level that you get in an ability grants you the ability to pull things into your character that cost an amount of memory or have to go into one of your weapon or utility slots. But that's where you can get very Build-A-Bear about it very quick, and even within the single class that you have, because you will never have enough memory or mana or anything to do all of those things. You will have to focus down or do certain parts here or there. But once you start unlocking things is when the game really opens up, and that's when Lancer opens up for like the builds that you can do for the different mechs and adding things into them. And in this game, it kind of gets even more nutty, I think. And
because as you get multiple, jobs, classes, you can pick and choose which abilities you want. You can you change your loadout at the beginning of every quest. Since the GM tells you what you're going to be doing, you're able to build a loadout for what you think is useful. Right? You can synergize with the rest of your team. I'm thinking of this, you're thinking of that. Okay, let's do this.
We have to be fast. Maybe don't bring the Aegis.
Yep.
The what I think is interesting, ancestries, same idea. You get 4 traits based on whatever ancestry you want, and you can switch them out every time you go on a mission. I think that's amazing because it seems a bit like at first I thought it was a bit weird. If you pick a race with flight, like the avians, they have wings or a jetpack, whatever you want. But you don't have to fly in every quest you go on. The avians also have an ability where they can like jump out of the way of incoming attacks. If you think that's more useful, you take that one on your second quest rather than being able to fly. Or they have an innate defense against astral and lunar damage. If you think that's more useful, you take that on quest number 3. You just switch them as you go. And I think that at first I was like, well, wait, what happened to your wings? Like, if you can fly, why can't you always fly? And it's like, well, because sometimes it's not useful. You want to be able to defend yourself in this specific fight because you know what it will be.
Yeah. Or even better, it's like my ancestry allows me to channel using wings to lower my defense, or I can have higher defense and I don't get the wings. Maybe you wrap themselves around you like a shield or something. Like gargoyles.
Yeah.
Gargoyles was so cool.
It was. Anyway, you could be a gargoyle. You could make your own gargoyle race, right? And you just pick whatever 4 traits you want when you create your ancestry, and pick them as, pick and choose which one you want at the beginning of every fight.
Yeah.
Well, quest, not fight, quest.
Yeah.
Yeah. So with all of that, a few more things just to note. Leveling gives you a passive bonus, grit. At certain levels, you get a bonus to your grit bonus, which basically just makes it so that you get a plus bonus in combat in general.
It's proficiency.
It is very low to the ground.
Mm-hmm.
I think I have a level 3 beacon. My grit is 1. 1 grit.
Yeah.
Yep. It's every 2 levels you get one. So
every 2
next
levels.
level you'll get one.
Yeah. I'll get a new class. Because I am a level 3 arsenal, because oh boy, that class. We can talk about it.
And you don't have
later.
At level 2, you can multi-class. Like, you don't have to wait until 4.
You can multi-class at level 1. You can just choose another class. You don't need to take 2 in it.
Oh, you mean going to level 2? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can just.
Yes, you could have 2 first level jobs.
Yeah,
you don't have to get to you don't have to get to tier 3 before you jump.
No.
Yeah. Something. One of the marked differences between this game and Lancer actually is that you unlock your job at level 1 of a class in this game, kind of by design, because there is no. In Lancer, there's the default GM Everest build that you get that you can just tack things onto as like your standard, they literally call it a GM, which is a very fucking Gundam reference.
Yep.
It is the general manufacturer. It is the basest of base. And until you get level 2 in a license for a mech, you haven't unlocked the frame yet, which is essentially the job in this game.
Yeah.
Okay.
This game gives it to you at level 1.
HP.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Your HP or your MP or speed.
Yeah.
And I think it's funny because they could have easily done that using Final Fantasy as an example as a freelancer, right? You could start as a freelancer and then go to the next job. Or Onion Knight, they wouldn't do that, but that'd be funny.
I was thinking Squire.
That sort of thing. They could have.
Yeah.
Squire,
yeah.
Just the
but
base.
They decided not to.
Job. Yeah. Which I'm a fan of, because it makes the characters more unique to start. Because I think that was the problem, is in Lancer, it's fine. You're all just mech pilots. And then you start specializing out as you go. But in this game, it's like, well, we want you to start with an identity. So you're going to get the class at start. But so, with that being said, leveling also gives you 1 class rank, 1 ability point, 1 extra background skill point, and 1 talent rank. The talents get kind of deep. There are 3 levels to each talent. What?
Yeah. And a loot.
And a loot.
Oh, yeah.
But that's from the quest, not from the level.
At the end of the quest, win or lose, you roll a loot crate. So it's so you get the loot crate and you get back to town and you have leveled up. Yeah. So because you get it every time, no matter win or lose, just like you gain the class level or whatever, you're going to get a loot crate.
Yeah, that's true. So there's no reason to separate them out. And then finally, I just put that in the outline that building beacons, the section of this book about building beacons, is the largest part of this book. So if you like making character class, you like making build, Beacon likes giving build to make build with Beacon. Now we can move on to the phases of battle. And this is my favorite part of this game. Oh my God. We are 2 hours in. I am ready to go. I am reawakened. There are 7 technical phases of combat and the delay. Get the fuck up. We're here, soldier. There are 7 technical phases of combat and a delay phase, which comes after everything. So that is 8 total phases of combat. How does this work? Boy, I'm so glad you asked. Well, the way that you play in combat is you just basically, you can decide ad hoc, or you can say beforehand to just let your other teammates know. But basically, the GM goes like this: okay, we are in the bolster phase. Does anybody want to do anything? No answers. Do any enemies move in the bolster phase? No answers. Moving on to channel. Does anybody want to channel a spell in this phase?
I would like to. I'd like to channel a spell,
Okay.
please.
Well, there's also an enemy channeling a spell, but players go first. So I'm going to set you in there, and we're going to go ahead and resolve your channel. You would do your turn. I would have the NPC go. The NPC doesn't necessarily channel a spell. They just do whatever one of their actions is allowed in the channel phase, if that's the phase they're allowed to go in. It's a weird description about NPCs that took a bit of beating me over the head with it before I understood it. All right. Usually channel is a set and forget until we get to release, so we're going to move on to skirmish. And that's how the combat works.
Yeah.
And the actions in each of these are, well, to take a tip from Bolster, they're refreshing.
How dare you?
The first and fastest thing you can do in the game is you can use the defend action or the refresh action in phase 1 Bolster. Defend gains you focus equal to your armor plus a d3, so the more tanky you are, the better this ability is.
Or if your Aegis friend use your minor action to give you armor before phase 1.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a fun interaction that
Charles,
I saw in there that I was like,
I didn't even think of that.
Yeah, because it is your armor plus 1d3. So it can only increase you to 4, but you could be at 4 armor for that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah, no.
And once you defend,
by the way,
on the first round, get a whole bunch of focus.
Yeah.
You can then have it. You don't have to, like, it doesn't lose it at the end of the turn.
You just keep going with it.
The best part about that is, honestly, focus is a renewable resource, but also a very easily spendable resource. There are a few different actions that you can do that will be one focus or X focus to increase your armor, X focus to increase your dodge as reactions.
Yeah.
You also, like, as shield actions. Shields in this game do not grant you additional armor. They grant you basically parry responses.
Cool.
So with that in mind, focus is a very strong resource that defenders love because they can use it to interpose. They can use it to... characters can use it to power attack and deal more damage. It's a strong combat / defender resource. Whenever you want to take a hit for somebody, and you can do that as many times as you want per round on separate turns. We had I am an arsenal, and I am the frontliner / striker. I'm not really a defender, but the NPC that we were given as our 4th party member is a paladin. Holy fuck. None of us ever get hit because she archangels one of us. That makes her able to go range 5 from that person and still be able to interpose, which typically the way the interpose reaction works is character can shift 2 spaces, and as long as they get adjacent to the ally who is getting attacked, they take that attack instead.
So it jumps from 3 to 5, yeah.
For the one person. So she can, like, mark the mage and be like, you go do whatever the hell you're going to do, and I'm going to just walk up with everybody else. And then the minute someone goes to smack him, she's just suddenly there with cover, and she's just like, hey, bud, here's my free interpose reaction attack that I get before you do anything. How dare you touch my friend? Whack.
That's my squishy.
That's my squishy. You don't touch them. But just in general, being able to have that focus pool resource to be able to take hits for the squishier characters in the game immediately makes defenders so much more viable and so much more fun. Because the problem in D&D as a defender frontliner is, well, I'm just going to dash past you.
Yeah.
Go to your backline. Sick. Now I have to wait for my turn to do anything about that. Yeah, I'm going to beat them up in the meantime. Shit.
Yeah.
In this game...
And even the things that they... Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Even the things that they added, you have to hit them first to then stop them from moving. You know what I mean? Like, it just isn't conducive to tank play at all. But this immediately is. It's the first phase. Like, it's the first thing you see. And if you're thinking about it, you go, oh, man, that's cool.
Yeah. Not to mention, gosh, it really does suck because this game is designed in such a way that sometimes it won't work to try to run up and do anything on your first round. But boy, as a frontliner, I sure can bolster and move.
Yep.
The
Just
other,
get ready.
yeah, the other action you can take in this phrase is refresh. Refresh is your healing surge. You can choose one of the following: spend a recovery to regain all HP. You can clear all stress, or you can regain all MP. The first one's the only one that requires a recovery. The other two you can just clear. You then choose one of the following as a bonus thing to do: reload all reloading weapons, clear all discord, clear a condition that wasn't caused by you, or clear a condition on an adjacent ally that wasn't caused by themselves.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you said this, whenever you take your turn, that's when you get to move. So
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
Everybody, the standard move happens whenever you choose to act. So if you act on phase 1, that's when you move. Act on phase 2, that's when you move.
I believe you can also use your minor action. So these actions are all, and there's a whole little loadout thing that I didn't pay much attention to, but there's a rubric in here that explains the outlines of all the different abilities and what those mean for the types of actions that they are and everything. But I'm pretty sure the way that it works is these are all your main actions.
Yeah.
So
You could have a technique that acts during one of these times. Like it acts during phase 3, but it's not one of the abilities.
Or like one of the Aegis spells. It triggers in bolster because it's a defensive spell. It goes at the start of the turn.
Yeah. But
then
it
you
is
can
not
still take a minor action if you have one.
Yeah.
So that is refresh. Then phase 2 is channel. Channel is the thing that all you casters are going to do, especially if you're trying to hit somebody with a fireball. I'm sorry, an X flare. I'm sorry, whatever they call it in this game.
Awkward.
Yeah, why not? You begin to enact a channel ability, the effect of which you unleash on phase 6 release. This is the only way to trigger a channeled ability's release effect. Until you release it, you are considered to be channeling. While channeling, if you take any damage or stress not caused by you, you must pass a bulk save. This is a concentration save. If you fail, your spell fizzles.
Yep.
Hey, Charles.
They call it immolate.
Yep.
Hey, Charles, do you like standing still to cast spells?
Yeah, I would like that. If you're a caster, it'd be cool to do that. Not like certain games that change jobs just willy-nilly and then make them never cast again. But that's fine. But this is, you always have that, like, okay, so what's the difference with a spellcaster? Like, it just goes off on their turn. There's nothing that really gives you that feel of, I'm really channeling this. I'm really about to fire my laser. Because there's nothing in D&D standard that takes 2 turns usually. Like, there might be some very random stuff in splat books in 3.5, but that's about it.
Yeah.
Or the slow spell.
Yeah. It's about it.
You can do a slow spell, or you could back in the day, you would cast a spell that would take multiple turns to go off, which doesn't exist anymore in 5e. Used to exist in 3.5, I believe.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why there was a bunch of splat book stuff for it.
Yeah.
What I thought was kind of odd, maybe I'm wrong here. So, as you said, NPCs, they just go on their turn. Right? So, if an NPC is going to cast a spell, they're not going to have a channel at level 2, and then the player could interrupt them because they're just going to do their thing. But the player can be interrupted.
They do. Caster minions do channel and release, usually if they're casting a spell. Okay. So they will stand still. They will pick an AoE, and they will say, and I will release this at round part 6.
Okay. Okay, cool. So it does give you the option to see someone channeling and be like, let's go punch that guy.
Yeah.
And just pull out the old Magitech rifle, flip it a little bit, and just go, don't think so. Make a bulk save. Bulk save.
Yeah.
Channel abilities are considered to be used at the time this action is taken, at any cost MP must be paid at that time.
Yeah.
Their effects, including choosing targets, only happen when they're released unless the ability specifically states they happen when channeling. So there are differences. So like when you channel a fireball, you don't have to declare the zone. Sometimes some spells will, but those spells tend to be really fucking scary and you want to move if you see them about to go off. Which is why the game does not lock you into the slot you choose. At any point, you can see something on the ground and go, I'd like to take my turn now, if you haven't already.
Yeah.
And I can see why, the effect takes place at the release, because I'm going to target, enemy 1, and the rest of the team could kill enemy 1 by the time you would release your spell. And you're like, well, damn it, now I just fireballed an empty spot or a corpse,
It would be tactically interesting, but it would not be fun.
Otherwise known as the Final Fantasy Tactics Summoner, in which you start channeling and you're like, yep, they're going to be in that area, right? 20 turns from now.
God damn it. What were they thinking?
Your life ends in 20 turns.
You literally had to form like a little inverse flying V wall to block all the enemies into the Ifrit zone so that Ifrit would actually hit them.
Wow.
Fun times.
And the AI did not like getting hit by those spells, by the way. It would move anywhere else given the opportunity. Summoner was essentially just a control class.
Yeah. And you could get it faster eventually. But yeah, when you start, it's like, yep, I'm going to summon Ifrit 20 turns from now.
If you did not have a time mage giving you haste on your summoner, you aren't hitting anything. What are you playing that class? Oh, you wanted the MP boost. Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Yeah.
The next set is Skirmish. This is Mark, Search, and Volley. So Search is to try to find something or a hidden enemy. You take an action to do that, and you can discover them if you do. Otherwise, any hidden enemies count as, I think they technically count as invisible, but essentially things that count as hidden. If you try to hit them, you have to roll a 50-50. If you miss on the 50-50, your attack will not hit no matter what you did. Mark is something that you can do to put a mark target on an opponent. When you do that, your friends or yourself later can then consume that mark to get an advantage against that enemy. Also, some abilities, Charles or Philip, you were mentioning the Warlord earlier. Some classes have the ability to mark and then do mean things to things.
Yeah, if the Warlord marks a target, any ally within X number of squares can make a minor single hit.
Yeah,
just right then.
Yeah,
and can choose to use the mark.
Get them.
Question.
Yeah.
How is Mark not worse than True Strike?
I'll explain that later. But it is not worse, I promise.
Because it seems like it'd be better to just you swing, and then because you could still hit, you could have 2 people hitting rather than you marking and giving someone advantage.
So the thing that is different about it is when you take the mark action, it's within your scope. So sometimes you don't have a weapon at the range that you have your scope.
Okay.
But more than that, advantage is very fucking important in this game. Like really important. Like I cannot stress enough how important. If you could mark as a minor action, it would be broken.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah. So things that hit things and then mark the target on a hit, very strong. Very powerful abilities. Search again, choose a character, object, in scope. Pick one. If they're hidden, you make a contested mind against their agility. On success, they are no longer hidden for anybody. And you can learn the target's ability scores, attributes, and ability scores, attributes, and abilities. So scan. You can scan your opponents.
Like they said, players should know everything because it's tactical.
But if you want to know those things about the enemy, rather than just saying, GM, tell me, they do say, use an action. And then you know. Okay, so volley, finally, is a ranged attack or an improvised spell attack. Ranged attacks are you choose a ranged weapon that you have in your arsenal. You make an attack roll against the enemy, which is a d20 plus your grit. That's what you roll to attack. That's it. You have to beat their dodge score with 1d20 plus, well, for my level 3 beacon, 1d20 plus 1. Or you can just spend 1 MP, make an etheric ranged spell attack, 1d20 plus grit. If the results meet or exceed the target's A defense, they take 2 stress, which is very strong, actually. So that is you in range 3 or phase 3 skirmish, you can mark a guy, you can search for someone, or you can shoot a gun. And it's still only 1 weapon. You get 1 weapon profile. Linked weapons count as 1. If you've seen anything in the book, there are like linked light weapons, so you can attack with them as 1 weapon profile. The next phase is reposition. This is where you can hide or you can rush. Rushing is just moving your speed extra. This is usually the oh shit moment in the turn where things have potentially happened. You've been marked or something else has occurred and you're like, oh no. So you get
Question.
those. Yeah.
It seems like with the way this goes, if you were a stealthy character or you were fighting a stealthy character, you're invisible. They do a search. They see you. You're like, oh shit, they've spotted me. On your turn, you just hide again. Like it seems like you would always, oh, I've been spotted. Let me hide.
I mean, you're still using your action to do that.
Yeah, it'll keep it neutral.
Yeah, but then you're hidden again. So they use their turn to find you, and you've just voided that because you've used your turn to go hidden again.
Well, I mean,
it seems like you get caught in weird like cat and mouse of just switching back and forth and never.
You can, but you'll find usually that people just try to hit hidden things in this game. And in my experience, you just take the dice roll.
Gotcha.
Rush is also like dash from D&D, and this game is old D&D rules. If you start movement while within engagement of an enemy, you provoke an attack of opportunity. It is not leaving their area. It is not entering into their area, but if you start your movement within their area, you will get swatted.
Yeah.
Okay.
Unless you rush.
Unless you use something that does not provoke reactions. Phase 5.
Teleport.
Or teleport. Teleports are very strong in this game, and for casters, there are a few talents, I think, even that are specifically based around that. Phase 5 is the brawl phase. In that you fight. Fighting is a melee attack or an improvised weapon attack. So melee, or if you don't have anything else, you can melee for free. Basically, there's a free melee action. You can also grapple. Yeah, you can also grapple, which is you can impose a grapple condition basically by making a melee weapon attack against an enemy. And then you can shove. Shove is funny. You can push someone 1 space or knock them prone. And if you're a size larger, you gain a bonus. If you're a size smaller, you gain a deficit.
See, here's, always the way you judge. The only way, in fact, we can talk for 4 hours. It doesn't matter. The only way that you judge a game is how easy it is to understand how to grapple. That's the shortest grapple text I've ever seen.
It is pretty short. Now, that said, it doesn't tell you what grapple does.
Yeah. Which
I believe is just
a quarter of a page, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 63. And it's mostly common sense. You're engaged. You can't take reactions. Larger character can move. The smaller one is immobilized. If you're the same size, they count as a larger one during the turn that you initiate the grapple because you got an advantage in doing it.
Yeah.
You can contest to get out.
Grappling very fun in Lancer. I have not built a build that does it in this one, but one of my favorite things in Lancer was to use my Atlas, which was a very small size mech that counted as a bigger mech, and just knock people down and start dragging them places for me to murder them.
And we're going over here now.
Yeah,
but if you put all that grapple together,
building, everybody else, don't worry.
Yeah, if you put all the grapple rules together, it's still lower than probably 4th edition.
Oh yeah, definitely. And 4th edition would be the most streamlined version in D&D.
Yeah. So there you go. Grapple's easy-ish.
Easy as you could ever hope for it to be, really.
Yeah. It's always going to be complicated.
It is. So those are the brawl actions, which are the You have at phase 3 you could shoot a bow. At phase 5 you can throw a punch. Phase 6 is release. You release an ability you were channeling, causing it to take effect. This is resolved as if you were taking a turn. So you get all of your turn actions now. In channel, you can't move.
Yeah.
You get to move now.
You got a slide cast. Come on.
Yeah. You gotta wait. This is resolved as if you were taking the turn following the rules for alternating turn. Oh, wait, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you do it before. I forget. There's a rule for this, and I'm forgetting it now. But there's a specific rule for how you can move when you're casting.
Must be in channel.
Maybe. Let's see. In channel.
Or maybe in the movement itself.
I think you could, because you get your standard action, you get your standard movement, you could move to a spot and then begin to channel.
Yeah, I think it's, you cannot, once you're channeling, you can't move until you release.
Yeah.
That's the rule.
And that makes sense.
Yeah. But so, this resolves as if you were taking a turn following the rules of alternating turns between PCs and NPCs, but doesn't count as a turn. Instead of releasing an effect, you can continue channeling it, release it during phase 6 in the next round if you want. You can't release if you're silenced, but it does not cancel you out. You just can't release.
You're stuck channeling.
Yeah.
Or you just drop it.
Yes, it does say if you don't make a standard movement this turn, phase 2, you can do so when you release.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So yes, you can, when you channel, you can either move before or after. You can move on either 2 or 6.
So you do have the very funny potential interaction of you sitting and channeling a spell after you've moved, having someone cast silence on you, and you just going, well, I can't move because it'll break the spell and I already paid for it. Hit that guy. Which
I'll
is
wait.
The best time to hit someone is, in fact, phase 7, full attack. Notorious as the Lancer melee mech's favorite round. Once per round, choose one of the following. You use a slow ability, or you perform any 2 of the following actions. Volley, fight, shove, grapple. You can choose the same action twice, but not the same ability or the same linked pair of weapons.
Which I think is cool.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. This is where you want to live as a physical attack king. Full attack is the coolest action you get on a turn, especially as an arsenal. I get to hit with basically 4 weapons in full attack.
Wow.
Yeah.
But they're each different weapons to give a narrative story feel.
Yeah.
You're doing multiple things. You're not just, I swing my sword again.
I have 2 little gun blade style revolver swords. And the tiny little guys that I can either pew pew or slash. Then I have a Magitech weapon that floats around me that I shoot at somebody, and then I can whip out a lance and also smack them. Because whenever you use a linked, or it's because of the trait that I picked, where once you use a certain weapon profile, you can get 1 free additional attack with another weapon that you have. I think it was gun kata or something to that effect. Why can't I use the same ability action twice? And they basically say, because that's boring.
Be creative.
Yeah. And then finally, you get phase 8, delay. Last action during the round. If you haven't taken one, take it now. You can take any of the other actions. You can do it in this phase. If you didn't do it in the phase you would have needed to. I think the only one you can't do is you can't channel.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Maybe even I think you can channel, but you can't release.
Yeah, you release on the next 6.
Yeah.
And in any phase, you can take the ready action. You prepared your standard action at a later moment during turning it into a customizable reaction. So select a trigger, and then you basically ready a thing. So someone's coming towards you, and you say, okay, as long as like if it's phase 7 but someone was going to go after you and you wanted to hit them with a full attack, they're not in range yet, you just say, once they're in range, I full attack.
Yeah.
Select your effect, refresh
Yeah.
be action or minor action. But so that's a lot of explanation. But what I want to say about this is, how fucking cool is this?
Yeah. I think it leads to some really interesting tactical options.
Mhm.
Depending on whether or not the GM is going to tell you when the enemy is attacking. If you
They
can
will.
see like, oh, we have 3 enemies, 2 of which are attacking on, turn 7 for full attack. One is doing a channel on 2. It's like, okay, you can sort of be like, hey, let's focus on the caster, right? Maybe we can break his spell. Or it's like, oh, if they're all going to be doing full attacks, we're looking at multiple hits. Maybe this is when we need to defend, right? Like, let's start with a defense since we know what they're going to do. Maybe we don't know exactly how much damage they'll deal. We'll find that out after the first round. So everyone do a defend.
Yeah.
If everybody's doing a volley, oh, we'll grab cover. Stuff like that.
Mhm.
Exactly. And it leads to just interesting choices. Like, for example, there have been times where I have chosen not to just. In games like Lancer, it's very hard to justify not just full attacking every round. In this game, it's super easy to justify not doing that because it's the last thing in the entire round.
Yeah.
So if an enemy is on their last leg, and I say, as an arsenal, have a speed mod on my gun, I'm just going to pull out my gun and shoot them on round 1 because I have the ability to do that. Or I can choose volley if they're doing something in 4, 5, or 6 and try to go before them to take them out.
And I think that sounds really cool.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It also makes an interesting choice of, if you are hurting, and it's very easy to be hurting, which, by the way, something that I didn't explain about this system is you have a certain number of stress or wounds and overstress. 4 for each, typically.
Always. I think it's always 4.
Yeah.
Mhm.
A beacon is for you.
There might be times where you either have 1 more or less, but I think that's based on losing or gaining 1.
Okay.
Trying to think. I don't know if you can actually gain them. I think that might have been just like a repair thing that you could do in Lancer. Like, you could have extra recoveries. I don't think you can have more wounds. But so in this game, so my beacon from our game has 15 HP and he has 5 stress. 5 stress.
Yep.
Not a good number. And you can basically get 1 shot out of a tier of one of those damage types. Either you can just be overstressed, or you can take a wound. Whenever you do, you roll a d6 and you have a consequence. Either a weapon gets broken, or you get reduced maximum HP, or in my case, every time you stress out, you get reduced maximum MP. I was at 1 maximum MP by the end of one of our sessions, because I start with 3. So,
And let me tell you right now, and it's a hot take, and I'm ready. This is the best HP system we've talked about, and it's the simplest one. The damage thresholds, cool, that's fine, whatever. Always hitting and just having armor be HP, that's also fine. This is just multiple life bars. We all know what this is. This is great. We don't need to change it.
Yeah.
This is great.
What's I think is kind of interesting is, so say you have 12 HP and you have 4 wounds. So if you get knocked down, you lose all 12. So then you gain a wound and you're back to 12. You can't heal yourself. Like, your refresh option just gives you back all of your HP. You're already at 12 of 12 HP. It doesn't clear the wound.
It encourages you to not wait to heal at the end.
Yep.
Yeah. So when you get low, when you get down to 1 or 2, you need to then be able to refresh or have someone heal you in some way so that you don't take that wound.
Yeah.
And they have the bloodied status in this game. So every time your HP goes to half, and so you can get multiple times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can kill someone when they're bloodied. They take a wound, but now they're back to full health. They're not bloodied anymore.
Yeah. It is exactly what people always talk about in tabletop when you're like, well, what does HP mean? Well, how many times can I get hit? I've got 100 HP. that doesn't feel real. This feels real. You can get hit a few times. You get hit too much or too hard. You got a wound. You're not dead. You're just winded. It is that kind of HP isn't how much you're going to live at any one time. You know what I mean? It can be luck. It can be whatever you want to say, because each threshold gives you a negative narrative, really cool effect to happen. Just awesome.
Yeah, I do
And
want to
so simple.
grab some of them real quick just to see.
Yeah.
Let's see. Not the reroll table. Where is it?
Oh yeah. While you're looking for that, the game has built-in reroll. If you're willing to take the consequences, you can just I don't like that result. I want to reroll.
That is,
take some stress.
So you were saying, how is marked better than True Strike? Here's how. I have to hit something that has a dodge of 12. Money says I don't make that roll, but I can push my luck, and I can use one of the 3 checkboxes. The 3 checkboxes for when you miss a roll and want to re-roll it, or you can also take these. I believe you can also take these as a trying to make a save. I want to say.
Yeah, any reroll.
Any reroll. So you can strain yourself, which is you take 1d3 stress. You can endanger yourself, which makes you become marked, which is the one everybody always picks. And then they realize how painful it is. And then there's overextend. You can only choose this option if you have an adjacent enemy. They get to make an opportunity attack against you, or they can just deal you 3 physical as a reaction.
But yeah, I don't like that result. I want to re-roll.
Yeah.
Okay, go for it. Take the consequence. And
you can
the other thing,
do that 3 times for the same roll if you just really need to hit it.
Yep. Yeah. Each option once per round.
Yep. So you only get 3 total rerolls in a round. But this is the coolest part of the. It's not the coolest part of the system. There's so many cool parts of the system, but this is the meat and potatoes of the. There is not much modifiers in this game, because it lets you then press your luck if you didn't hit.
Yep.
And you needed to. And it makes luck a resource for you, which I love. It lets you do rerolls, but it doesn't just give you hero points to do it. It says you can make a reroll. Want to take some stress? Want a guy to hit you? What you want to do? Want to get marked? Marked is easy, right? I just get advantage on you the next time I consume that.
It's a way to not have the D&D turns in which you do nothing. You can keep trying and you'll hit it, but something's going to happen. You don't have multiple turns of just not hitting if you don't want to. And if you're willing to chance it,
But what if you want to hit more than once in a turn?
Oh, what if? If only there were a game system that let you surge forward and do more on your turn.
Do it again. Yeah, so there's a surge mechanic where you just get to attack again. You get to use, whatever round you're in, you can choose to use it. And it just goes up. The first time you do it, 2 stress. After that, becomes a D3 plus 1, and then a D6 plus 2, and then a D6 plus 4 stress.
Yeah.
And they'll let you press it. They'll let you see how much, stress damage, which has its own wound modifiers.
Yep.
And if you take all 4 wounds of stress, you're out. You're done. You run from battle.
Yeah. You
just
tap out.
I have a note here with stress and breaking and surge, and it just says good crunch, yum yum. Because that's what you want, the decision making in the system.
But Charles, surely you want to know the table, because I found it. So the wound table. Every time you take a wound, you roll a d6. And let's see. This is roll a d6 and consult the relevant column based on the number of wounds you have remaining. This is on page 60.
Oh, okay. I see.
For everybody.
And it goes down. I see.
Yeah. So if you still have 3 wounds remaining, you would roll 5 to 6 or a 6 gives you, or a 5 to 6 or a 6 if you have 2, and there's no way to get this if you only have 1 wound remaining.
Yeah.
You're dazed. Dazed until the end of your next turn. I think it just gives you a disadvantage.
Yeah.
On the next rung, if you roll a 3 to 4, a 4 to 5, or a 5 to 6, you have a broken weapon. Destroy one of your weapons. Limited consumable equipment can only be selected if it has charges remaining. So you can't just break something that's useless to you now. If you can't destroy a weapon, this becomes the broken support item instead. If you can't destroy a support item, this becomes staggered.
Oh boy.
1 to 2, so the lowest you can get on your first wound tree, or 2 to 3 on the second, 3 to 4 on the third, is broken support item. Destroy one of your support items, limited consumable, same rules. If you can't destroy a support item, broken weapon. If you can't do either, staggered. And staggered is you are slowed and stunned until the end of your next turn.
So I think it's kind of cool because you're in a fight and you're defending yourself, and you've lost all of your HP, and your sword breaks. Right? Like that's how you roll and you get the broken item. So it's the damage that you've been trying to defend against. That's how they, well, what is HP? Well, in this time, it was the health of your sword. You broke your sword, grab another weapon. Hopefully you brought 2. Right now, maybe you're only swinging like dual daggers now, but it's something.
Laughs in arsenal.
Yeah, that's true.
So I think that's also an interesting thing where that's what they're saying. Is they're representing what HP is by your stuff's getting broken. You blocked or you dropped something in your attempt to not die.
Exactly. There was a consequence for you taking a set amount of damage in a fight.
Yep. That's all we need HP to be.
Yeah, exactly. It needs to be your fight position, your luck, how well you are doing, what your stance is essentially. So the other thing to note is, if you take your wound cap or your overstress cap, you're defeated.
That's it.
You don't. There's no revive. There actually is a revive, but
you run away.
Yeah.
Or you fall over.
Yeah.
And stress, like we were talking about, surge causes stress. Surge has the same things. You take a wound, something of yours breaks, some of your supplies break, or you can be stunned, dazed.
You can be dazed. You can be broken tech, which is destroy one of your techniques. Limiting consumables can only be selected if they have charges. If not, this becomes lost mana. Lost mana, -1 to your current maximum MP until restored during a short rest. And you have to spend something to restore that specifically, a recovery. If your maximum MP is 0, this becomes broken tech. And then exposed. You are vulnerable and weakened until the end of your next turn. Vulnerable, by the way, you don't have armor.
Yeah.
Is double damage and no armor? Or is that?
It's not double damage. I don't believe that exists in this game.
No, it's vulnerable as double damage from physical, astral, lunar. Yeah. Because weakened is you deal half. So like overstressing makes you deal half and take double. It's 62.
Oh, for the conditions.
Bottom right. Yeah.
Okay, which one am I thinking of then? I'm thinking of Sundered. Sundered is you lose armor or resistance. You can't benefit from either.
Like vulnerable, fuck, he sucks.
Yeah.
I mean, exposed sucks, like both.
It's real bad.
Yeah, you got to attack twice.
It's true.
Yeah. And let me tell you, sometimes attacking twice is real good, though. Surging in this game feels better, in my opinion, than surging in Lancer. I feel like there's a lot of lessons learned from the Lancer game being played over the past 5 years that this game was able to capitalize on in a very good way.
Sure. I mean, I'm just imagining, as a caster, because that's what we're talking about with that whole channel. You could channel release and then full attack with your surge.
Yeah.
So just do that.
If you are an arcane blade,
just
which,
do that.
by the way, there are techniques for that.
Sure, yeah.
So. And some things don't have a channel. They're just, fire off the spell. So.
Yeah. Or
there, there
you
are
could
a
have
whole,
that quick spell thing.
yeah, there are a whole
Well,
slew of conditions in this game. We were just talking about them.
Yeah.
Blinded is you can only draw a line of sight to adjacent. Dazed is you receive +1 on all attacks, checks, and saves. Disarmed is you can't make weapon attacks except for improvised. Immobilized, characters can't voluntarily move. Marked is someone can burn the mark on you to gain advantage. Again, you were asking, and the answer is D6 plus a D20 is so much better than just a D20, especially in a game where the baseline to hit is 10.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's so much ridiculously stronger.
I was just thinking because the same reason most people don't use, True Strike is because mathematically it's better to just strike twice because you could hit both times. So that's what that's, having not played and not, seen what everybody's stats are, how much you have to add, so I don't really know, but that was my thought. But I see how, advantage versus a definitive at least +1 to your roll.
Yeah. And that's something that I think this game sneakily brings to the table that is not very noticeable, is that the dice rolling in this game is very low to the ground and like old D20.
Yeah.
You're basically just rolling a D20 in most of your action checks in this game in general. You will have potentially up to a +2 to saves, and you will have like a +1 to 3, I want to say, or no, it's D12. So up to a maximum of +6 on an attack roll. Where if I were to ask you what your plus bonus was on your level 20 D&D character, even 5e with flattened math.
Oh yeah.
You're like, oh, my modifier is like a +15.
Yeah.
This game,
The leveling,
you get +6.
the leveling
up
process doesn't necessarily make you stronger. It makes you more versatile. Is how it seems to me.
You do get overall stronger, but it is sneaky and not the point.
Yeah. Your ability score is going up by 1, your grit going up by 1 every 2 levels.
Yeah.
You're getting a little bit stronger out of the 12 levels, but it's really the talents, the unique weapons, the loot, the things that you are picking up that make you better.
Yeah, exactly.
Your tier 3 fireball versus your tier 1 fireball.
They're basically the same. It's just what you've taken as a modifier, because that spell is just a spell. If you look at the Equinox, it's called the Equinox, Charles, because it does umbral and it does sun and moon damage. Sorry.
Yeah.
It's cool artwork.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. But let's see, where's that spell? Exobomb.
Yeah.
Exobomb is always going to be 2d6 plus 2 astral. The damage that you deal in this game rarely changes outside of just getting better items. So Exobomb is always going to be 2d6 plus 2. It's a question of what other modifiers you can now add to that. From talents, from bonuses, from other stuff when you're playing other things, So it really does bring it down to, okay, here's your baseline. You're 3 levels into your job and you've got all the things that you want. Now it's time to go pick out of some other kits and figure out the little tiny things that you can do to make yourself just so slightly better, but you add it all together and it becomes something great. Let's see, talents. Here we go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because talents, when you pick a talent, also have 3 tiers, 3 ranks to them. So you can level up a talent 3 times.
So let's say you wanted to be a caster, Charles. You get Archmage. Archmages stand at the pinnacle of aetheric research. Aether, by the way, is what you use to channel and cast.
Of course.
Don't tell SE. Don't.
Yeah.
We don't want these people getting sued when the tabletop game comes out. When you use a spell or artifact weapon with an AoE, you can spend 1 mana to allow one character in the AoE to ignore the effect. So you basically
Evocation Mastery.
Spell sculpting. It literally calls it Spell Sculptor. Arcane Turret. You get the following. When channeling, you gain +2 armor, a maximum of 4. Taking stress doesn't trigger concentration saves. And then rank 4,
Yeah.
focus caster. The following option is added to your reroll table. Mana effort, spend 1 MP.
Which is very nice at that point in the game, I'm sure, because you have quite a bit of MP to cast, to just throw away to reroll.
Well, remember, whatever your main job is has a set level of mana.
Yeah.
So you could still only have like 4 mana even at the highest levels, even once you're level 10 or whatever.
But that's
your
where
main
you start
job
plugging into your
Yeah.
stat. You put into
Yes.
magic. And so if you put every level into magic, once you're level 6, you will have plus 3 MP on your max. And if Exobomb Boy has 7, then he actually now has 10.
Yes.
Yeah.
But that's what I'm saying. Because you can
plug
take
everything.
Exo Bomb on a different class.
Yeah.
Be a different class with a low mana ability. So it's like, well, I kind of screwed myself because I don't have enough mana because I picked this other job because I wanted their health level,
Mm-hmm.
and their starting traits. So
Oh, it's also worth noting, fucking Exobomb is the rank 1 ability of Equinox.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So in my game, we have an alchemist. They took 1 rank in this just to get Exobomb, essentially.
Mm-hmm. Because it's really good, theoretically.
It's so
right.
good.
Looking at, because it's an auto hit. First and foremost, both of them are auto hits.
Yes.
So like when you release, you will hit someone.
Yep.
And then we didn't go through it like Aegis, but Equinox already has like you got sun and moons, and you'll do this, and you'll get MP
Stances.
or spend MP.
You get stances.
So yeah,
where you can increase the AOE or you can increase the effect.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It has Umbral, Ice, and Astral Fire. It is literally just a black mage from Final Fantasy XIV, and that's what he said the class was as he was making it. He was like, I'm making a class that is basically black mage from 14. This was a Kickstarter goal. If we got high enough, we got to have the Equinox, and we did.
Yeah.
Its focus type, by the way, is artillery.
Yeah.
So as someone who has played and has seen, I guess you're only 3 levels in, so maybe not. Do you find that people stick to if their level 1 was artillery, 2 and 3 are going to be some artillery, or is it people are flying off the handle?
So, I mean, that's the thing. Like immediately the people who play in my group are basically power gamers essentially. So one of them chose Chronomancer. One of them chose Equinox. And I chose Arsenal because I thought it looked cool. And it turns out I stumbled into the good tech just because that's how I play games, apparently. Sometimes, I don't know if anybody's ever seen, I didn't want to get hurt, so I increased my defense. I feel like that girl sometimes, Maple. I just feel like I'm like, I just like to play this because it's pretty. And then it's like, you pick the most broken thing, and you chose the most broken abilities. I was like, but they're just fun, and I like it. What?
Yeah.
When I smack things, I smite. And if I smite enough, they die. I didn't pick it because it was strong. It's fun though. But so one of the players is an alchemist as his job. So he has the ability to just haul off and say, okay, I'm going to use Philosopher's Stone. It has 6 charges. I can consume it to recharge my MP. I'm going to Exobomb.
Wow.
Yeah. Because there's a few ways to I saw a way to leech MP from an artifact weapon, a specific one or a specific talent that lets you do it. There's a whole lot of ways to get crazy.
Yeah.
Because you said you went with all 3 into yours is
Arsenal,
all 3.
yeah.
Arsenal. Just to talk about we have to talk about the traits. We have to. Hold on.
Oh yeah, sure, yeah.
Well, we can talk about some job stuff after that. But sorry, not traits, talents. Talents basically they come in 3 ranks. They come in extra flavors, and they get stronger and stronger as you go. So these are what really differentiate you from what another beacon would be if they chose the same skills as you, because this is the main differentiator between anything. Every time when you start, you get 3 rank 1s. right? Or 2?
But I think it's 3, yeah.
Yeah, you get 3 rank 1 talents. And then every level you can increase a talent by 1 or add a new one. But you really want to get to those level 3s. Like I chose... It is Enchanter. I chose Enchanter because I have so many weapons as an artillery. And Enchanter just gives you, at rank 1, you get a bunch of support items that you can enchant your weapons or your armor with. Then at rank 2, you get even more things, and you can double up on one item. Then at rank 3, you basically just you get to enchant more things.
Yeah.
And for free.
So not until level 3 would you be able to get to it, because you get 3 level 1s, and then at level 2 and level 3 you can bow one of them up all the way.
Yeah, but so like you, the level 1 is you can equip one of the first 3 things for free, so it doesn't cost a paid slot. Then the second one is you get additional profiles you can add, and you can apply one of your enchantments to 2 different things. But you can also just put them into loadouts. So if you want to just have a bunch of support item enchantments, you can apply them. They cost after a while.
Yeah.
And then the final one is so confusing. You may have one ability at a time with 2 enchantments applied instead of just 1. Additionally, you can equip a single enchantment support item for free, which can be an additional one from this talent. Parse that. I don't know. Basically, I'm just enchanting a bunch of stuff. So I like to use, like, for instance, the speed one, which is any non-slow weapon. You can equip it, and rather than going in volley or fight, you get to shoot it or swing it and bolster.
Bolster, yeah.
Wow.
So I think off the rip, I just pull out a gun and fire.
Yeah, rank 3 is interesting because of that last bit. Equip a single enchantment support item for free, which can be an additional run from this talent, or it could be a support item that you found that is an enchantment. Yeah, doesn't have to be from this. Yeah.
Oh.
So that's kind of very interesting.
Yeah, definitely. You have Great Weapon Master, which basically just increases your strong big attacks. Gun Kata is another one that I use that it basically just makes it your ranked weapons with reach don't receive difficulty from being engaged. And then you have the ability to once per turn, when you crit with a ranged attack against a target within that weapon's reach, you gain a focus. And light weapons that don't have reach now do. Reach, by the way, is what determines your AoE for opportunity attacks. So if you have a ranged weapon out, usually baseline, most of them don't have a reach. But that said, this game is kind of in flux. You're always holding all of your weapons at any given time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So.
Or just have access to them at any given time.
Yeah.
It's not I used my minor action to switch weapons. Because they're free actions and you have it unlimited within reason.
No, it's just when you're attacking, whichever phase you're attacking in, you're allowed to use one of your weapons you're allowed to use one weapon attack within that phase that is legal for the phase. Or if you use full attack, you can use 2 from any volley brawl phase. So. Oh, here's one you'd love, Charles. Warcaster. Gain +1 on concentration. Engage doesn't give you difficulty. Spellfighter. Your volley and fight spell attacks that don't have reach gain reach.
Yeah.
And when you channel,
pretty ridiculous.
Resistance to all damage types, unflinching.
Yeah, just because.
Yeah, why not, right? But so
I mean, some of these are really, really cool. Like one that's just kind of thematic. I mean, it's a huge bonus. Lich is a huge bonus, but it's so narratively driven. It's on 209. It's literally like you take rank 1, you get a get out of jail free card, basically. You just don't take damage. Like you have this little soul vessel and you have it somewhere around, and when you take damage, you can choose to just make it take the damage and explode.
See, I hate this thing because what this is basically a little mini version of the Lich from Lancer.
Yeah.
And I hate that mech.
That's why I wanted to say something about it. Because like it gets crazy at the end. Like rank 3, when you would be defeated, your body disappears and you turn into your living vessel instead. like it can't act or move, but then if you know, what is it, start of each round you roll that resurrection die. Once you have 6, you return with full HP, MP, and 0 stress.
Yeah.
Does not clear any wounds though.
No,
Doesn't do that. Yeah, it does if you would return with 4. So like on that last one, it gets you back with 3, I guess technically, because otherwise you get back to full HP of 4 wounds and be still dead. So
Yeah.
By the way,
Interesting.
you can get smacked. Overkill applies in this game.
Yeah.
So if you have a low HP, it could roll through 2 wounds in one go.
Mm-hmm.
It's uncommon, but not unheard of.
Yeah. So it's like, it's not even like amazing game breaking. It's just cool, thematic, and not an option in basically any other game. Especially at level 3, if you want it.
Yeah. Which one did I do?
Fun.
The idea for building your character in this, again, when I said it, I think you need to come to this game with an idea ready for session 0. Like, this is why. Yeah. I think if you're trying to figure out your character as you go, you're gonna be so overwhelmed. You're just gonna be looking at everything, not knowing what to do.
Yeah, have a strong concept.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, even have a title, and then talk to the group. Like, bring that to session 0 for sure, at the very least, and then talk to the group to see what people are thinking about. Because that's only level 1. That's only your first job, so you can get back, but that's that's a level of 12 that you used, basically. I mean, you can undo it. None of these games nowadays lock you into it like D&D has done for forever. But you may as well have a nice concept, because then you could at least figure it out through there and then pivot if you don't like it.
If you realize that you've went down this tree of melee and you're like, I hate waiting till turn 7. I don't want to do this anymore. Okay. We can rebuild you. We can make you stronger, better.
Now,
exactly.
These are all, what are these called? Talents?
Yeah, talents.
It's worth noting that there are also techniques.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, techniques that everybody just has access to beyond what your class and job give you.
Yep.
And support items. Oh my goodness.
Yep. And it is again, the amount of things you can just set as loadout. I'm scrolling through right now just for visual effect. This is basic equipment and techniques. Here's all the different weapons you can choose. Here's the ranged weapons. Here's the basic support items.
There's a lot, including a mana potion that gives you all MP back.
Here's all the spells you can just have potentially.
Magic missiles, just a thing anybody can have for 2 memory points.
Absolutely. 1d6 force, which is not bad for a ranged attack, not gonna lie.
No, not at all. For every MP, so you could really supercharge that thing.
Yeah, it's nutty.
I think my favorite one is like the first one, Adaptive Caster. When you release, you can pick a different channeled ability other than the one that you started with. If you spend 2 stress.
Yeah.
That's so cool. That's really awesome.
Casting Fireball. I'm actually casting Lightning. Or Haste.
I'm casting Haste. Haste, by the way, is a spell I get all the time from the
Chronomancer.
Yeah. What it says is, cast on person. They can use any ability in bolster.
Yeah.
Wow.
So I do a lot of full attack.
And bolster, yeah.
I would say, honestly, it's kind of a sad thing, because I would rather not be doing that constantly in the game, because it kind of takes away some of the fun choice you have.
Sure.
But I mean, it's fun to full attack every round as a guy, because the other thing that I have on my build is 2 weapon fighting. 2 weapon fighting is once a round, immediately after you volley or fight with a light weapon, you can attack with a different light weapon as a free action. The extra attack can't include a weapon used as part of the original action. It doesn't trigger linked attacks.
Yeah. but you have so many that it doesn't matter.
My arsenal has 1, 2, 3, 4 active weapon slots.
Mm-hmm.
For anybody who knows the game at home, you might be wondering because I should only have 3. But in fact, one of the neat loot things that I got from a downtime action where I decided to explore a dungeon to save a dog, it was very cute. I was very happy with it. Is I got a void space weapon.
Oh, that doesn't take up.
It takes 2 memory. You gain an additional main weapon slot.
Yeah. It's really interesting because right below 2-weapon fighting is memory costing skills to give you the slots that you might want. So if you're a caster and you have 4 memory to spare, which you probably don't, but if you did, you could put a heavy in your main slot because you don't have a heavy slot. Mm-hmm. So there you go.
A big gun.
Of course you could do it. Yeah, right?
Oh, look at this weak caster trying to throw lightning bolts at me. Oh, you don't like that? Pulls out just a giant rifle.
Yeah.
Fine.
I'm a healer, but
and remember,
one heal spell.
As long as you can wield the weapon, it's not like casters can't swing swords in this system. It's just that their weapon slots usually are kind of prohibitive to it.
Mm-hmm.
Just worth a little bit of note, because that is one of the things that I think would be very easy to not notice about the system. That is one of the very cool parts of this system, is that there is no restriction of the type of stuff you can equip outside of what your slots give you. As long as it's allowed to be put on your character, it is just as functional as anybody else doing it.
Yep.
I, as an arsenal, still only get 1 grit to my weapon attacks. I just have a lot of weapons.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of attacks. So anyway, there were 2 more things I wanted us to talk about with this, and we're doing a decent job, I think, so far, and I think we're having fun. The hub system, on page 237.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, I'm not going to go too deep into this, but it walks you through designing what I'm going to say is basically your airship, or your hometown, your home base town in Breath of Fire, or whatever game you want to think of. It lets you build a hub, and it actively encourages you to pick like drawbacks, themes. It's another session 0 style thing that you create.
Yeah.
And then you have the ability to upgrade it for interesting bonuses, and you get points to do so. It's basically like money for the game.
Yeah. Oh, that does remind me real quick about the gold, how that it's out of 10. There's a gold limit.
Mm-hmm.
You can't have too much. And I have a note here that just says, "Get fucked, greedy boys."
Yes.
I am so tired. I have played D&D/tabletop games for 20 years. Money does not give you experience. It's okay. In this, I love that there's a limit, although I don't think that it's going to fix the problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you're just going to be like, oh, I'm at 10. I'm going to spend 3. Now I need those 3 back as soon as I can. Right? So
yeah,
it's weird.
See them.
Yeah. 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 So close. Close to fixing it. Yeah, just spend it. Just spend it. But close to fixing it. Close to fixing it.
But so you get a lot of neat bonuses. Like an alchemy laboratory will give you bonus items without spending a downtime activity. Dressing room.
Mm-hmm.
You can get supplies for leatherwork, clothier for free. So there's a lot of like free upgrade or free material stuff you can do.
Mm-hmm.
Same for the forge, for blacksmithing supplies. You can do a cafe with each enchantment adds, or each enhancement adds an additional type of people to attract. So it's just like you can just basically have a NPC mill as a cafe, as a casino. You generate money.
Get that cash.
Junkyard, supplies, kitchen. Group can acquire 2, 3, 4 golds worth of supplies from the tavern for free each time without downtime. So a lot of it is like supply built, but there are some other additional cool things. Access to broad, secret, or detailed information from a library. Additionally, players are free to look up general NPC type and template information during combat. This doesn't grant them
Yeah.
knowledge of the current status or abilities of the specified NPCs they're facing, but you can look up. You can basically say, "Hey, I studied this." Med
Yeah.
bay. PCs can use it to quickly heal minor to moderate injuries and stabilize major ones. You have a portal. Just it. All of these
Teleport.
things are so many little things.
Mm-hmm.
Stocked camp. Beacons can switch pieces of equipment or techniques for different ones. You can do this 1, 2, or 3 times per quest.
Yes. During a short rest.
Mhm.
So this gives you that access to change things during your quests for something that you build during downtime, which is nice.
Yeah. It's not.
So,
Go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
So this brings me to one of my questions about how the game goes.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe it's a preconceived notion that I have. But when I think of this thing, I think of you're playing, you got a quest. You're gonna do 3 narrative missions, three narrative scenes,
Mm-hmm.
and then a combat scene. Combat scene finishes the quest. You've leveled up. You go home.
Mm-hmm. Loot.
At no point. Oh, and you get loot. Yeah, you get loot from it, but you go back and you level up.
Mm-hmm.
At no point would you have needed to short rest because narrative scenes you're not taking damage, right?
Yeah.
Like you're rolling, so there's no damage until you get into the fight.
Well, that's not
And then
true.
when the fight's over,
You can
is
take
it?
damage during one of the narrative scenes if it's a combat that's not a combat. Like you take a wound and need to spend a recovery.
Okay, because the way I was reading it is there's no in the single rolls, right? Like you're not.
I guess not.
You're trying to
HP
convince.
damage is what you're saying.
Yeah, you wouldn't take any HP damage. You can't cast any spells in narrative because those don't exist. You're not combat, so you can't gain any MP. So unless you're going to say like you have socially blundered and you have therefore taken a wound, like a stress wound or something,
Yeah.
then you may be able to like short rest. But it seems like the short rest in this game, and unless I'm mistaken, if you know that you're going to have 2 or 3 combat scenes,
Mm-hmm.
then short rests make sense. But if you're only getting that one cinematic fight when you play this game,
Mm-hmm.
short rests are useless. And there are some things that like some classes, that is their traits.
Mm-hmm.
Pick this class because when you take a short rest, you can do these extra things. So I'm curious, like in D&D, it makes sense. They built it in. You take a short rest after 2 or 3 encounters.
Does it?
I think that in this one, from what I was looking at, short rest is because it's the only time you can use your recoveries, and your recoveries can do so much more than just HP, and that's why you would do it. Because I remember I'm trying to fight 61. So like one recovery during short rest can repair a destroyed technique or equipment, restore MP, clear 1 wound, right? That's the thing. 2 recoveries, you can change your current job right now in quest for 2 recoveries only during a short rest. So maybe that's why. So you need to at least have 2 combats for sure, I think.
So why would you? So yeah, if you don't have 2 combats, you wouldn't need to change your job because you only took the job you wanted for the combat. So that's why I guess. And so, like I said, it's a preconceived notion of 3 narratives in 1 combat.
Mm-hmm.
And if that's what the GM is thinking, then taking classes that have like, here's these short rest abilities are useless.
Mm-hmm.
Sort of, it's sort of the same problem that a warlock in D&D runs into.
Yeah.
If you're only getting 1 big fight per campaign, don't be a warlock because you're going to be severely nerfed compared to the wizard.
So I would say that this is something that I think is a difference between Lancer and Beacon that's kind of an oversight almost. The way that Lancer works is it expects 2 to 3 combat mission parts.
Mm-hmm.
I did 2, but I think it really truly wants 3.
Okay.
If you're reading that it says 2 only for there, it should say 2 to 3.
Okay.
You should never
Yeah.
have this is opinion. You should never have a quest that only has 1 combat in this system, because it
Yeah, I
kind of
don't see
defeats
why
the
you would.
whole purpose of all of the different attrition systems that are in place. It just
Okay.
you won't utilize them. You won't utilize your recoveries, which are a very important component of your kit.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Okay.
and especially
I was
because it'll make your limit breaks make fights just nonsensically easy. Like especially in Lancer, there was core abilities or
Yeah. What
um
is like core sync? I forget what it's even called. I
I
don't.
want
I
to
don't
say it was
remember.
core bonus, but I think that's something else.
Yeah.
But either way, your core ability that you could do in Lancer is the same as limit breaks. It was like once per mission, you can do this really sick, nasty thing, and then you can't do it again for the rest of this thing. But if you only have one fight, everybody's just going to go, sick. Pop my core at the beginning of the fight, let's go. So every fight, you're Superman.
Okay. So then that makes more sense. That helps me better understand how to do this. You need 2 or 3 combats.
I would say if the book doesn't say it, I'm saying it right now. You need 2 at least. 3 is better.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're not going to wear down your players with 2 combats unless you go real hard. And I will tell you all right now that my my GM for the game, very much because he watched me run us through Lancer and not get frustrated necessarily, but certainly have challenges or trouble challenging everyone in the game, because
Mm-hmm.
beacons and lancers are both so much stronger than their NPC counterparts. He was gunning for us.
Yeah.
And even with all that, he got the casters pretty low, just from incidental damage here and there. I was nearly overstressed, but I didn't take a wound until our final 3rd encounter at the final boss, because he hit me for more than I could block.
Okay.
It's difficult, but not impossible to overpower a beacon thresholds. But if you do not give yourself enough time to do that, technically proficient people in this system will need to be planned for.
Okay.
It's just how it works.
That makes sense.
But the resting system is good, like, because the spending of recoveries and the risk reward of it, I like it a lot.
Yeah, you just got to force your players to use it, right?
Yeah.
Like
basically.
you have to interact with it. It's kind of a soft spot in the system just because of the way that they made the example. But yeah, it's just one of those things where it's not, I don't think it's as bad as CR is, right? That's a soft spot in 5th edition.
No,
that's never going to change.
ratings, but honestly,
yeah,
you should always go harder than they give you.
Just in my opinion. It's just like, this is one of those soft spots in this system. You gotta force the rest. Yeah.
But you know, it's not a soft spot in this system, Charles. There's our final topic, and I think quite possibly one of the coolest and most unique things that this system has to offer. That is bosses.
Yeah, get fucked legendary actions and reactions. You are not legendary compared to these bosses. No way.
I wanted Charles specifically to take a look at this because in this book there are 3 example, I'm going to call them raid bosses. They're raid bosses.
Yep.
Not the least of which, Great Worm is just Deathwing, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. It's really close. It's kind of funny.
It's down to the eggs. Like,
yeah.
I never did raiding in WoW.
Oh wait, you mean Onyxia?
Oh, sorry, Onyxia. Yes.
Because of the whelps. Yeah. Yeah, because I was like, it starts flying, and then yeah, okay, the fire eruption on the ground. Yeah,
Mm-hmm. It's called
it's
the Doom
crazy.
Wing. It's it's so good, and not only is it good, it's multi-tiered. You can run this boss at any tier because they give you
Yeah,
the loadouts to do it on all of them. Charles, do you
and
want to?
it's
Yeah, go ahead.
there you go.
I was just gonna say, so yeah, it's a, as you said, it's a raid boss because it has the stage one, the Doom Wing, and if you know your players are still fairly new to the game, you run it in the tier one status that says size and their bulk and all that kind of how much HP they have, and then
Mhm.
once they finally take it down all that HP and all the, get through all the traits, you then get to stage two.
Yeah,
The ground ripples, and now new things happen. New HP bar,
yep.
new
It's
sets
just
of
perfect.
abilities. Yeah,
It's just
new sets of
literally made
abilities,
for it.
traits. Yeah, it's an amazing idea. And now I'm not to say that other GMs haven't done this for their
Yeah.
players, but I've never seen a book that
Yes.
told you here's a multi-tiered fight. Here's how
Mhm.
to do 3 distinct fights and what they can do in each of those distinct stages of the fight.
Now that I have granted you a fighting system which gives you unique decision making abilities based on what you would like these characters to be doing against opponents that give you challenges, give you different modalities, give you different things that you'll want to do at different times based on the
Mhm.
specific enemy type you're fighting. But what if raid bosses? Because
Yeah.
also now you have to worry about ground AoEs and other shit going off, and you have to sometimes change up on the fly because I'm gonna throw weird shit at you.
Mhm. You have to use all of your abilities. You have to think about phase order. It's not just rote, there's a bunch of goblins versus you, or, even you know, as the trend is starting to pick up now, where you make groups of enemies with a controller, with a skirmisher, with it, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Even those don't have this, right? That during the fight, it will morph and you have to adjust. And this, dragon spawns ads every time that it hits zero. Every phase spawns new guardians,
And
which is
guardians
okay.
are a codified mechanic for bosses,
Hmm.
just by default.
Yeah, they're kind of minions that'll pop out, and it increases over time. The number that comes out, I think, right, is PC. No, it's just PC plus one every time.
but
Yeah,
but they do change between modes. Something about the guardians is
yeah.
that the guardians from the first round do not persist into the second round. It is a new type of guardian
Hmm.
with a new
Mhm.
setup. Just to read through bosses a little bit. Toughest enemies in the game are bosses. Unlike mini bosses, bosses are designed to be an entire combat scene on their own right, a boss battle. During a boss battle, bosses pass through multiple stages. This can represent physical transformation or just changes in tactics. Additionally, each boss is accompanied by a number of guardians, which are NPC units built around the boss's unique features. They have 3 different bosses in this game: the Great Worm, the Kraken, and the Lich, that are in the book just to give you a full idea of what a 3-phase boss battle looks like from multiple different angles and types.
Hmm.
Bosses take a number of turns each round equal to the number of PCs in the combat scene. So they have a turn for each of you. There are a certain number there are like boss modifiers that you could do in Lancer to get achieve this, but this game just
Hmm.
already automatically assumes it's like this is a unique type of fight on its own.
Yeah, action economy needs to work.
Mm-hmm.
So there you go.
Despite having extra turns, bosses can only take one each phase, except for delay, during which they could take multiple.
Hmm.
So they could just backload their whole turn. During each turn, they get standard action, standard movement, and minor action. They have access. That's another thing. NPCs in this game do not have access to all of the same abilities that
Right.
players do. They also cannot typically surge. They also cannot typically reroll. But once you get into mini bosses and bosses, suddenly they start unlocking characteristics that are very similar to players. So bosses can full attack. Bosses can use phase 8.
Yeah.
They have opportunity to attack any number of times each round.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah. I mean, they need to, right? It's action economy. This is why bosses are kind of meh in at least 5th edition, right?
Yeah. I mean, they tried in
Like,
the Theros book.
yeah,
I thought it was fun, but it's still just like 2 HP bars.
yeah. And, you know, legendary actions and reactions and legendary resistance, because they do have to break the rules, you know?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. The player characters are too powerful at times.
Mhm.
Their things are too good.
Yeah. When phase changing, bosses are immune to damage, stress, and other effects until they enter their next stage. This does not affect guardians.
That part just makes me go, well, there needs to be a boss fight with a phase change that has a bunch of mechanics to dodge, you know, like a trio and an ultimate.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
It's just,
Charles,
it's made.
all of the homebrew work that you've done to try to
Yeah.
commandeer 5th edition into something that will do this structure. When I saw this game for the first time, I thought of you and I was giddy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All the work you've done is already here.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, well, the 14 TTRPG is coming out, so all the work that I've done is in there too. But it's not. It's very close to 5th edition. There's going to be a lot of problems, I think, but that's fine. Stay tuned when we talk about that.
But this is nothing like 5th edition. This very much says, look, I've taken something that has fun character builds like Lancer, and I've given it what would look to some like too complicated of a round of combat. But and I'm big dumb brain when it comes to this kind of thing. I can tell you that the phases are bolster, channel, volley, the dash one, I forget what it's called, but movement. Then there is skirmish, then there's release, then there's full attack, and then there is delay.
Yeah.
I did not have to look at anything to do that because they all make sense where they come in the order. And after you play like one combat or two, you just go, okay, I know what all these do.
Mm-hmm.
You may forget the minor bits of like what does search do again? Oh right, I can find hidden, but there's something else I don't remember. You know, type thing.
Yeah. And you know, we didn't mention, but that Great Worm fight has set dressing, harpoons.
Yes, it does.
That you have to use to bring it out of the sky. Like, okay, that's very much from 14. However, that's very, very cool. I mean, it's also from WoW.
Yeah. Bismarck fight.
You know.
WoW, I'm sure, has some fights that do that too. It's
pretty a few,
standard MMO stuff where you have, okay, here's the turret thing that you have to do the turret game with. All right, get into the Gobwalker, you're on bombs.
I'm thinking of, what was that fight in Ice Crown, the stupid airship battle.
Oh yeah, where you have to fight if you're a horde, you fight the alliance and vice versa.
Yeah, Sarfang. Yeah, I'm thinking of that fight, or you know, things like that in MMOs in general, right? And that's part of the fun of an MMO, is that there are things outside of anything that has to do with your class that you have to deal with, but your class makes it easier to deal with.
Yeah.
Right. So it makes you go, okay, well, this set of classes or this person with this role should be doing this thing. And it adds to those tactics in a very fun way.
Yeah. And in this system where they gave us a codified initiative order per round, makes it so that they can give you things to react to, and then you can actually react to it rather than trying to say, okay, here's our locked initiative. Good fucking luck. He's going to cast this thing now. I just went. I don't go again until that's already going to do a thing with his legendary action. I don't know what to tell you. Dodge.
Yeah. Best of luck.
In this game, at the very bare minimum, at the end, you can go. It could go, okay, he's channeling and he's going to release here. I just channeled. he's going to release at the same time you do, and you look at the order and you go, good guy, bad guy, good guy, bad guy, good guy, bad guy, fuck. Okay,
Yep.
I'm gonna surge and move.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Or I'm going to drop my channel. Oh no, my MP, but I'm not gonna die.
Yeah. Or you have the talent that says, I'm resistant to that. And you go, I made my choice.
You do the standard black mage. I'll just sit in the AoE. This is fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
We have healers.
I'm sure there's a mono ward, you know. Screw it, I'll be fine. Healers adjust.
Jesus Christ.
Interpose.
Yeah, interpose. Please interpose me. I'm not moving.
Just wings, please. Flash wings.
Yeah.
But so it
Yep.
it is such a well-designed initiative system. This is, I think, by and large, my favorite initiative system. And then when you see the way that they built bosses to work around this, it's honestly too much to really try to talk about here, how these bosses work. I would say, if you are going to run a boss, you need to actually take a full day's study.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And if you're making it yourself, I mean, that is the one thing that I will say seems daunting. They give a lot of like default expression of what a boss should have, but it's gonna be a bit, and you're gonna basically be cribbing whatever you need to off of these examples that they've given until you have enough know-how to design it yourself. But it's these three at least are very well designed.
Oh yeah.
They seem like it, yeah.
Like the Kraken's on a boat. So you got to deal with a boat, right?
Yep.
And then, you know, like electric storms and whatever else show up. I mean, it really is just an MMO boss. So if you've played MMOs, you have endless inspiration.
Yeah.
You know, where's Flame Wreath? Everybody stop moving. I will not move when Flame Wreath is cast or the raid blows up. You know, don't do it.
Yeah. Fire and ice, hot and cold.
Yep.
Is it lies or truth? Someone's going to have to search to determine.
Yeah. I'm thinking of things that... Go ahead.
And like the ground explodes with acid and a rising pattern from left to right.
Oh, yeah. That's exactly what I was thinking about. Hagen the Unclean, the safety dance. Yeah. You know, it could explode in phases, and so you have to move between the phases, right? And you might have to surge.
Yeah. Or at the very least, if you're planning ahead and you've seen this happen and you know it's going to come up again this turn, you go, okay, I'm in this phase and I'm currently standing here, so I need to be... If I'm gonna channel, I need to move here first, and then I'm safe here until release, but then I need to have enough movement left to move out. Just juicy decision making. I like it. I like it a lot. That's most of it. I'm gonna vamp about Arsenal for a second here. Arsenals are really cool, you guys. They get a bunch of neat stuff, but I think my favorite part of them is their limit break is unlimited blade works. That's not what it's called in this game, but it's fucking unlimited blade works. If you have any damaged weapon profiles, no, they're not. And then if you are out of load on any of your reloading abilities, no, they don't. And if you have any slow weapons, they aren't. And so in Phase 5 Brawl, you attack with every single weapon profile you have.
Yeah.
Which includes your innate one, but only once, because you can only have it be one type at a time.
It's wild. Like, limit breaks are so cool and such a not D&D type of idea, right?
Yeah.
It really distinguishes you from D&D. That very idea, the trump card, right? Like, we played Naruto together.
Yeah.
Right? That trump card feeling, that knowing I have one in the bank when things get really bad or when I can really use it, and it's built in, and you know you have one of them.
Yeah, mine was Fissure. That was a dumb ability.
Yeah. Right? So, like, it really helps you build that idea of the character I think that I love these, one, but two, if there's ever an expansion of this system, I need more ability to customize the limit breaks because of the combination that you have. I don't know how you do that. That's up to you, game designer. But if I'm an arsenal and a something else, I should be able to, in my limit break, because I'm playing an arsenal, right? You pick one job, have a little bit of that in there. That'd be really cool if there was some way to kind of
have like
embody,
a modifier that you can pull from
yeah,
a subclass.
your limit break should embody the job, but also take in your build, right? And it will, because go ahead.
They did say that the job and the class are separate.
Yeah.
And currently they're all named the same thing. So an arsenal job is the same as an arsenal class. But at some point, if they release a supplemental, you could have the arsenal who is also the blank.
Yeah.
So like it'll be different. Like they have paladin and paladin, but there could be a paladin avenger.
Right.
So you would have all of the ranks of a paladin, but you would have different like stats and traits and limit break. So it would be similar to the traits that you have as a paladin, but it would be maybe it's more aggressive. Even paladins are defensive, so we're going to make an avenger, which is aggressive version of a paladin.
Yeah,
I don't know why they wouldn't just make an avenger as its own thing, but they said that they may do that in the future.
The precedent for this, Philip asked me about this before. The precedent that is being set for this is from Lancer. Lancer has alt frames for the different license levels that you can pick. So, like for example, you can have the it's the Genghis or the Tokugawa have like sub frames that are different. That you can have. They have different core abilities, and they have different stat lines that are a little bit meaner or a little bit nicer depending on whether it's supposed to be more defensive or more aggressive. Things like that. So I could see them definitely doing something like that and having limit breaks tied to that. But I like your idea too, Charles, where it's basically like, okay, but I'm a blade and magic caster.
Yeah.
So
I don't know how you do that.
Where's the stabby part of my magic explosion?
Yeah. Like you look at Aegis and it's like, okay, I keep you from getting damage. That's already perfect enough. But if it's Aegis and Chronomancy, could we pick the one that's your main job and put a sub of one of the other ones that you have, that you have ranks in there somehow? I don't know, but that'd be cool.
Yeah, maybe a homebrew rule. See if it works out, or if it becomes too powerful.
Yeah.
And how much a limit break affects your specific, class traits.
Yeah.
Like all of your consumable, like the alchemist, all of your consumables are increased.
Yeah.
Well, if you're not an alchemist, taking that is useless because, well, not useless, but has a lot less because you're not using nearly as many consumables.
Yeah.
So maybe, they may be so specific, but like the Berserker,
they could be.
For the Berserker, your limit break is when you hit with an attack, all of your damages are maxed. That's it. All of it's just as if every dice was maxed for every bit of damage that you deal.
In one attack.
In one attack. Which is like, and it's on that hit. So it doesn't even like full attack. You don't get both. You just like, if you're attacking and maybe you have like a sneak attack because you took, assassin or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay. Then those two both roll max dice, but it's not like 2 attacks from a full attack round.
Right.
So yeah, like that one seems really, to me, seems really weak compared to like, I get to
that
do max
versus
damage
the arsenal
on one hit,
where they're like once per thing I get to smack someone for max damage. Meanwhile, I just look at that and I go, I have a whetstone in my bag. I get that twice, but it's only for the weapon damage. The reason that it's special for the Berserker is the Berserker gets every single bonus damage die that you deal, and I guess you're just supposed to gear towards that as a Berserker. I guess is the thought.
Yeah. Because I
Yeah.
think you get like extra, what do you call it? Like extra attacks, like if they're bloodied or stuff like that. So there is a time in which you should use it.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you crit as well, because that would be doubled. And if you're rank 3, you have brutal critical, right? They
Also,
have
you have the
once per
rage
round. They
blade.
can, yeah, yeah. Once per round, you get 1d6 bonus damage on a melee attack. So you put that in there. You put the kitchen sink in.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So yeah, you're looking. You've got multiple like dice that you are rolling on this attack. I agree. So it's going to be a heavy hit, but it seems weird where it's like, yeah, my limit break is I just get to deal max damage once.
Yeah. You got to find the ways to break it. Like, I don't know.
It's not hard. Something that I will say, in Lancer, there was something called Overpower Caliber, I think. It was just a passive enchantment or enhancement that you could put on any weapon to give it an additional d6 damage. And I hated that ability. It is not in Beacon, and I'm so happy because it was basically a default add for any Lancer heavy weapon that you were going to do. You had to have Overpower Caliber.
Oh, yeah.
Otherwise, you just weren't playing the game right, essentially. This game is like, no, damage is going to be what it is, and it's very difficult to increase it extra. Berserker, it feels like, okay, if you want to do something crazy, here's the class. Go. Have fun.
Figure it out.
Yeah.
I kind of feel like this game will inevitably lead to min-maxing, to power.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. No,
to
100%.
And I feel like that will be very nerve-wracking to some newer players because they're going to build wrong, and in someone's eyes, they're building wrong.
Yeah,
that's a dumb way to do that. Don't take that ability, stuff like that. And I don't know how true it would be to say that and how needed it is for fights to be optimized, but
yeah,
I would say baseline, if everybody at the table is at the same level, it's not a big deal. The GM, if they're following the advice of the book, are going to have encounters that are not going to challenge somebody who is crazily good at strategy games. But on the same note, if everybody's at the same newbie level, it would only get to be a problem if like one player is min-maxed to hell and every other player is not.
Okay. Like I just sort of see like if the three of us were players and we had a GM, a new GM that we don't really know, you, James, would be have a lot better of a character than me and Charles.
Oh, I don't think that I can outbuild Charles. He already pointed out an armor flaw that I didn't even know about.
Well, I just mean like you've seen it, you've got some experience, you've already read through the book, a bunch of talents.
Yeah.
You've
I played
already
Lancer, and a lot of this stuff is pretty 1-for-1.
Yeah.
Yeah. So playing Lancer, playing this, seeing other people's combos that they make gives you ideas. Whereas for us, it's like we have to read it and connect all the dots in one go. We don't have we can't like, oh, I saw this guy do this really cool thing once type thing.
But I will say that for that, starting at license level 1 in this game does not feel like shit. And
sure,
gives you a good entry point, and you're not given too much every level for you to really feel overwhelmed. Every time you level, you get the ability to add one job and add one talent and change a few numbers.
Yeah.
Now, digging in deep, I'm not even that guy, but the other people who played in my group are. So, like, again, we had the person who was the Equinox level 1 rolling up and was like, yeah, but I use a laser gun, and then shot a line across 3 bad guys and killed all of them. I was like, you're a caster.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we were talking about Primal Strike, but I guess theoretically that's like 40 damage.
Yeah.
Yeah. With that rank 3 weapon.
Yeah, because it's 46. You imagine you're going to use your extra d6, so that's 5d6. And then if you crit, I would only use my limit break on my crit because it's when you hit, you can activate. So that's another d6. And that's just rank 3 Berserker with no talents. I don't even know what you could do with that. Like, I'm sure you could probably hit 70. Probably.
So there's this fun great weapon master talent.
Oh no, because it is a big weapon.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you could be swinging it, yeah.
Yeah.
You have a heavy weapon.
Yeah.
Yeah, so great weapon, I think it's called Great Weapon Master or Great Weapon
Mhm.
Fighter.
Mhm.
There it is. Rank 1 is Cleave. Once per round after you hit and deal damage.
Which that Lemon Break did.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. You can do half
With a
damage
heavy
to everybody.
weapon, you can take 1 stress to cleave. Choose another enemy. That character takes half the damage dealt to the original.
Yeah.
Rank 2, carry through. When you use well, it gives you rerolls on ones and or ones as twos. And then when you use cleave, you can choose to gain temporary HP equal to the amount of damage you would deal on this to the second target instead of dealing that damage. So the berserker goes 45, 23 HP temp.
Yeah.
Stare
Just
down
fucking
boss.
Yeah.
Come at me, bro. And then the last one's even crazier because you just get to do it again.
Yep. When you would treat
If
all
you-
rolls
if you
with
kill
ones and
something.
twos as threes, so it further fixes.
Yeah.
And then if you defeat an enemy with a cleave, you can trigger cleave again that turn, bypassing once per round limitations.
Halving it again, of course, but
Yeah.
it's a few. It's and I'm sure there's way. And I mean, we talked about how loot works, but I think one of the important things to remember about loot is spells are in loot as well.
Yeah.
Like spells and support items, and I'm sure there's some crazy ass support item that's like, hey, you know what? If you crit, add this many d6s, and those are max, So it'll get fucking crazy, but you wouldn't be able to find it.
My guess is that limit break used to be way crazier, and the playtesters came back and said, look how much damage we dealt. And the guy was like,
Sure.
I need to lock that the fuck down.
Yeah.
Because there's already a whetstone. It is consumable too. When you hit with a weapon, you can expend a charge to deal its maximum damage. Bonus damage and other effects are rolled normally. This says bonus damage and other effects are also maximized.
Yeah.
Yep.
By the way, whetstone is 2 charges per quest. So
here's a support item, rare, which is an enchantment. So James, as an enchanter, you could just use this, but at rank 3.
Yeah.
You may use the following enchantment on it's a heavy support item, but any weapon that rolls for damage deals 1 additional die of damage, its usual damage type. So it's 1 more. That's just an enchantment on that rank 3 weapon or whatever it was called.
That's a heavy
or whatever else
support
weapon.
slot.
Yeah, heavy support item slot.
I don't have one of those as an arsenal. Does the berserker?
Oh, I don't know.
Because that's the other thing is like when you look at all these kit bashes, you go, okay, but what's the base model I have to use to make this work?
Yeah. So that's that heavy support item. I don't even know who could use it, but it's free for you to equip, is what it says. So does it mean it doesn't take a nightmare could do?
Nightmares manifest dreams into reality, creating unbreakable etheric chains to bind their foes. If a nightmare catches you, there's no escape.
Oh.
They have weapon slots are light, main, and heavy. Support slots, main and heavy. They are a grapple class.
Oh, and with rank 3 of Master Enchanter. Additionally, you can equip a single enchantment support item for free.
That's right. I forgot.
It doesn't matter.
Oh God.
Doesn't matter the size. So like we're finding build shit right now.
You know what upsets me so much is that's just overpower caliber. That's literally just what it is.
It is.
But at the very least, it's restricted to you literally have to be playing a heavy support class, and there are not many of those.
Yeah. No.
The Nightmare, maybe the Paladin. Paladin has one.
You have to get Enchanter. You got to get rank 3 because it's equipped for free, which means it doesn't matter.
Is that a default trait? Or is that like loot?
Oh, it's loot. It's loot.
Okay.
So you'd have to also get it.
You have to find it. That's the
Yeah.
other thing. The loot in this game really does modify things to a crazy degree.
Oh, it's
so
crazy.
like the one loot that I told you, which is just it costs 2 memory, but I get another weapon.
Yeah.
On most people, you'd be like, nah, whatever. But on me, I'm just like, yes, extra smack. But the other one that I got was like, just as like an example of some things, Armor of Growing Endurance. You may use one of the following enchantments at any time. On any armor, when you would take a wound while this armor is equipped, when you take a wound, not would, you gain temporary hit points equal to your bloodied value. So after you take a wound, you get temp HP on top of your next.
Yeah.
That's really cool.
Or you can, when you take an overstress, you gain charges equal to your breaking point, and you add temporarily on top of your stress for the next round of it.
Yeah.
Now,
That's really cool.
the thing about that is you have to pick one mode going into. So I pick overstress because my stress bar sucks.
Yeah. Yeah.
Speaking of, I think maybe something else we might want to bring up. They have a Google Doc for character creation.
Yeah.
You found the party sheet.
Yes, the character builder. And so I think anyone who's starting, like reading the book, I was so confused on like, what do I get? When do I get it? Stuff like that. Like, how many points? What am I putting these? Stuff like that. And this thing, once you start to go through it, it took me a couple minutes, probably 20 minutes to like realize where I had to start.
Yeah.
But once I did that, it helps clear everything up. It's got like drop downs that show you. So like if you pick the arsenal, when you go down to traits, like you can click and it'll show you like every trait if you get it maybe somehow elsewhere. But then it lists like job traits.
Yeah.
This is what you get from arsenal. Oh,
and it's all
okay,
macroed
I know
out
exactly.
too. This is what my group uses. It was I have it in the outline. It's called Decent Party Macro Sheet, is what I called it.
Yeah.
It's got all the different players. It's got up to 7 characters. It has the party and an intro to explain how to use the sheet. But the party sheet is also nice because it tracks your session 0 stuff that you did. It also tracks any hub upgrades that you've done. And then each of the characters is, and by macroed out, if people don't know what that means, it means when you select something, it's important and matters for the rest of the sheet. So if I go and increase my my bulk, it will increase my HP automatically. If I go and get to level 3, it automatically tells me, hey, you have 1 grit.
When you pick your ancestry, it automatically moves the available traits.
Yeah.
Like you can, whatever ancestry you pick, it automatically was like, here's what you have to pick from. Select one, and
Which
then it puts it in your trait.
I had picked adrenaline as a human because adrenaline is a neat trait that says once per encounter, if you use surge, you do not increase your surge gauge. So I could just once per encounter, I do it for 2 stress, and it doesn't go up.
Yeah, it's pretty nice.
Yeah,
just like a free action surge.
As free as it'll ever get, especially because I always roll max on the surge die.
I had a question. Speaking of the ancestries, so in their description of ancestries, is the grouping that they made important or just an idea?
Maybe
right, like, so let's find one. There's gnome, the gnome class.
Yeah,
they are a half size. They have instinctual stealth. They start combat hidden, fade away, misty steps, tumble, move through occupied spaces without problem, tinker toy, create a toy that gives allies advantage. Right.
Yeah.
So what if I wanted to make my own race, or sorry, my own ancestry?
Yeah.
Like, is there a reason that these 4 all went together, or did they just sort of come up with some ideas that they thought were cool? Like, is there rhyme or reason, or can I decide to switch these two out? Like, I don't think that gnomes should be a half size. I want to play gnomes that are actually giant, like Gulliver's Travel, right? They thought they were small in their world.
Mm.
They stepped through into the hub city, and they're actually size 2. And I get rid of Tumble, and I take whatever something that the giants have.
Well, the Gigan's right above it, so it's easy to just say, oversized weapon.
Oversized weapon. Yeah. So,
Yeah.
like, is there anything that they kept this idea? It is sort of what I'm saying, because it says like you can make, one of the examples is like, oh, you are a half gnome, half goblin.
Yeah.
So you keep the half size and you take 2 goblin traits and 2 gnome traits.
Mm-hmm.
Or can I be like, I actually want to be a swarm of spiders hiding in a suit of armor, and I want to take the swarm ability from goblin, right? Like the swarm, your base size is increased despite this, whatever.
Yeah.
And their bite trait. So I want to be able to have swarm and bite. And then I want hardy. I gain 3 maximum HP because I think that's cool. And then also distract. Enemies in an AoE become marked. Those are the 4 I want because I'm a spider.
It literally says you can do that. To create a custom, it's on page 68. To create a custom ancestry, wait, I'll scroll it so you can actually read it on the screen. To create a custom ancestry, start by choosing size between 1/2 and 3. Then create a pool of any 4 existing ancestry traits. It is recommended that you choose traits that fit the themes of your custom ancestry rather than just choosing abilities you think are the strongest.
So yeah, they're just like, go do it.
They're like, go have fun, but please don't just power game with this. Do it because you feel like it's important to your character.
Okay. So yeah, I didn't know if there was any like sort of like here's a litmus test. This is what every class gets. They're all balanced somehow.
Mm-hmm.
So do that so that you're still balanced.
Have one at a time anyway, so there's no reason that you wouldn't be able to just pick 4 different ones.
Yeah. I think that is why they're like, yeah, whatever, don't power game. But even if you do, like, you can't put them together.
I mean, if you're gonna power
not
game,
too worried.
You literally just pick human.
Sure.
I don't know if you guys saw what these fucking traits are, but they're pretty freaking nutty.
They're absolutely crazy. They're really good.
Human has
picking one.
Just passive gain +1 on all saves.
Yeah,
or you gain
+1,
3 max HP just because, fuck it. Or once per scene, you can ignore the effects of a wound or overstress roll, although you still take it.
Mm-hmm.
Or you can once per scene you surge without increasing your surge level.
Jack of all trades.
Yeah, those are just all the best ones for min-max power gaming. So if you want to be a power gamer, folks, don't build a custom ancestry. Just pick a human.
At least humans don't get an extra fucking talent or something, because then I'd be like, no, we're just repeating the issue with 5th edition. I will only play variant human because I like feats.
Variant human.
Yeah.
For the boys
I like feats.
Feats.
I love them.
I hate that you've done this every single time we've had to shoot the shit.
Until they fix it. So I'll see you in 2044. The year is 2044. We're on D&D 7.5, and they finally realized that maybe that's a bad idea.
They're just going to make it so that you can pick a feat with every race as a variant.
Yeah. Yeah. Which, I mean, just give me an extra feat then. Just like, what are we doing?
Fair. Very fair. But yeah, so, I mean, there... all the same things that I can say about Lancer, I can say about this game, but with the one difference that I can say, hey, if you don't like mechs and you love fantasy, now you can play a Lancer style game, and it's very fun. You have so much customizability, so much kit bashing that you can do to make characters. This is definitely one of those systems where the main way that people are going to play is just building a class level thing out multiple times in many different iterations.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'd say there's a few things that I will say against this game, but only because, like I've been doing all night, you have to compare it to Lancer. Lancer comes with CompCon.
Yeah.
Quite possibly the strongest free web-based resource that any tabletop RPG has ever had.
Yep.
It was very well designed. It's slick as shit, and it works perfectly as long as you import all the LCP files into it. Beacon does not have that. It has the very nice macro sheet that does a decent job of giving you what you need for that sort of thing. But like the Roll20 sheet is not that good. It's pretty good, but it has some specific hangups that it has, and it doesn't auto update on the fly or do anything with leveling. So a lot of times you end up just playing outside of a sheet. I don't know that there's a foundry for this game. I know there is for Lancer. It's very, very robust.
Yeah, when I looked, which was admittedly like 5 months ago, there wasn't one. And that's when I was like, you know what? Maybe I'll make a module to do Beacon's initiative. And then I went, no, I don't program outside of work. So no. Plus it's JavaScript. No.
But the initiative system, tracking it as like a token on a sheet type of thing, pretty easy.
Yeah.
Trying to track it within a tabletop.
Boy, howdy.
Oh boy. It is not. You just gotta put it down at the bottom of the sheet.
Is it different? Is it different than Lancer, or is it the same?
Lancer's popcorn.
What?
We go, they go. We go, they go. We go, they go.
Oh, okay.
No, yeah.
This initiative. That's the thing. In Lancer, this initiative system doesn't exist.
Oh,
This is
okay.
core custom. This is the one big change that Beacon brings that I think is big enough that it merits its own like soapbox, because this initiative system is tight as hell. This is a very solid, very strong initiative system that anybody who wants to do tactical play, I would recommend people use this in Lancer.
Yeah.
Because currently what you do in Lancer is you make the person that hits the hardest go first, because they can take their whole fucking turn whenever they want. Then one of the bad guys goes, and then one of the good guys goes. And then one of the bad guys goes, one of the good guys goes, and then the other 5 bad guys that you need to be able to do anything to match the Lancer's powers go. Because you finish out the turn. And then it's the player's turn again. And the guy who one-shots things goes first.
Yep.
And that's how the flow of combat goes in that. In this, it's like a whole new choice every turn.
Yeah.
Interesting. And so I'm curious. So you have played. Have you found? Well, so you said that you usually just do a full attack on bolster because.
Sadly, I get hasted every round. But when I'm not hasted, I do have interesting choices. It is not just I sit in 7. Because sometimes I have to move to help my allies. Sometimes I have to refocus so that I can get some pips back to be doing cool stuff. Like counterattack is another action that you can do with focus that just lets you hit someone when they hit you. It's a very strong ability, especially for someone who's a striker. But you need focus for it, so you need to actually be doing bolster actions.
Yeah. I will say I have found one GitHub project, which is a Foundry VTT Beacon RPG. I don't know. I would have to really get into it. They cite the Lancer VTT module as like helped them get there. Yeah. And I'm like, okay, but it doesn't say anything about initiative. So I would have to get in there and see.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like nothing has it automated currently.
Yeah.
As far as I've seen. And it would be very
difficult. It would be pretty hard. However, not impossible, because it's just a round system. It would prompt you, you're in phase 1. Do you want to go? Everybody says yes or no. We resolve. We're in phase 2. Now it will get crazy when you change it around, but that's when you just get manual. At that point, you just your GM just has the visual of basically sliding them around, and then you can just move them.
Yeah. But
but it's a lot of work for free.
Yeah, and this is also, I mean, I think Lancer's mostly one guy too, but it's also fucking Abaddon, so that man's a psychopath. Tim Gonzalez has done a great job while possibly not being as much of a psychopath, I hope. That's not
in the best of
sustainable.
ways.
Yeah, no, yeah, I mean it as a compliment. That guy is able to
As you do.
output the amount that I input, he outputs probably like 1.5 times what I absorb, and that's terrifying.
Yeah. Yeah, so I'm looking at the code of this, and no, I'm seeing protocol in here, which means it hasn't been changed from the Lancer one.
Yeah. No, protocols being the limit breaks.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they're called.
Yeah. Yeah, and the action manager has no mention, or maybe it does.
It's a blessing and a curse, because I think technically if someone made an LCP, then you could import beacon stuff into CopCon. Technically. Although again, it falls apart. It falls apart at the initiative system, because the initiative system is so different and so good. But Lancer just uses, it's not technically popcorn, but is what people refer to it as these days.
Yeah.
But no,
I'll take a look at it.
But I would definitely love to have us run something for this system at some point. Charles, I know that you are interested in at least running something similar to this, whether or not you want this system itself.
Doesn't seem very difficult after looking it over. It's definitely doable. I mean, I'm even thinking like a little small, like you said in Roll20, just part of the map that you just put tokens on. It's fine.
Yeah, it really, like, that's the crazy thing about it, is that when you just use a low-key solution to it, I think that's the problem, is anybody who has tried to develop a solution for it has looked at it and been like, just use a playmat. There's no reason for me to try to over-engineer this, because it actually becomes more difficult to track.
Yeah. It's too many roles.
Copy token, place on tracker.
Yep.
So.
Or just little chips. Everybody gets a different color.
Yeah, exactly. You know, just like we did with Daggerheart.
Yeah.
It's interesting how some of these things are getting easier for actual tabletop play to be with each other, and thusly making it more complicated for digital life.
Nature is healing.
Yep.
So for anybody who wasn't tracking at home, I just did a count. There are 29 different classes in this game.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean,
3 levels
28 and a half. I don't count Riftblade as a class. If anybody has read through this document, you understand why.
Yeah, I was looking at that and I was like, this sounds interesting. This doesn't sound interesting, I don't think.
It sounds really interesting, and then you read it more and you're like, wait, this is stupid.
Yeah.
It's a few really cute abilities to add into another class that cost way too much.
Yeah.
But they cut holes into reality, right? And can do stuff through them.
Yes. And then people can do stuff back through them to you.
Yeah. Which is interesting. But like the other abilities that you get are not great. They're just not.
Yeah. It doesn't. It has all the trappings of being a portal striker, but it doesn't strike.
It doesn't strike at all.
It's supposed to be an artillery,
That's the issue.
It doesn't deal damage, but it makes it so that other people can crack back at it at melee. So, yeah. And its coolest abilities are all locked into its class, so...
Yeah. Exactly. So you have to actually play it. But yeah, you know, like there's the big wombo combo at the end. Like you can hit up to 20 force damage. Okay. I mean, that's cool.
Cool, I'm an artillery.
Yeah.
Swing sword.
Yeah. And you have to be freaking 15 squares away to get that 20 damage, by the way.
Yeah.
So you can teleport there. Go ahead, spend your mana, or rift there. That's fine, and you can see them, right? So that's how you're supposed to use that. But also, man, that's a lot of setup. It's a whole lot.
Also, it has a range of 15, but says that it can deal a maximum of 20 force damage. But it's equal to the space between you and the target, which means you'd have to artificially increase the range somehow.
Yeah.
Which rift, maybe can you attack through the rift?
Yeah.
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 So if you're 15 squares from the rift,
that's exactly the way it's supposed to work.
The rift is 5 squares away from the enemy, maybe.
Yep.
Or 10 and 10.
Or any combination. Yeah, any combination thereof. Because range, reach, and line of sight for everything can be drawn both to and from you as if you were standing in the rift's space. A rift space is considered occupied by you. It is not an object, blah, blah, blah. So, yeah, you can put it within range 20. So you can put it 20 away, which is where the enemy is, and just, you know what I mean? Like, try and actually, yeah, you just put it 10 away and then it goes the rest of the 10.
Yeah. But so it's
interesting.
It's a weird noodly little class that I think probably got the Tokugawa treatment, where it was really good at one point and then it was considered too good and now it's not. I don't know though. That's just guessing. Either way, like all of these classes are fun to read through. Anybody who picks this up, and I encourage you to pick it up, it's fun just to look at the ideas for the classes. All the classes are very good. They all have a lot of fun ideas. They interact very well with the system as far as it works with the different initiative setups and the different things that defenders versus strikers versus artillery versus healers do. We didn't even talk about the healers, and the healing classes in this game are very good. Rhyme Guard is disgusting as a defender. It just shoots temporary HP out to everybody.
Yeah, HP everywhere.
Yeah. They're all just dripping with flavor too.
Or not wardens, warlords.
Yeah, warlords are so strong. Oh my god! The first time
I do a thing and I let you do it.
Yeah,
I do something and he does it.
Yeah, the first time I ran like a one shot for my Monday group of this game when it was initial like playtest, and they played a warlord, a thunderclaw, and what was the last thing? I don't remember, but it was dumb, and they murdered everything that I put in front of them immediately because of the warlord just going. And I have battle commander or whatever the talent is, where I can just say multiple things and give marks and give bonuses and murder that, do this, have fun.
Yeah.
It was fun, and it's definitely one of those games where you can find a build for it as well, and just find just this really nice like synergy that just works out. I recommend it for people who like building things. I recommend it for people who like interesting choices in combat, or who just want the combat to feel more meaningful than I swing twice every round. So, on top of which, it's very flavorful in terms of the way that it wants you to make things, and it is exactly my dumb bitch juice when it comes to the kind of world that it tells you to create when you're playing it. It's like, here, play Final Fantasy world. I'm like, oh, okay.
Right. Sure.
Yeah, I thought of a couple like kind of cool ideas, like reading through it and just like, oh yeah, it'd be kind of cool just to like, was it Quantum Leap, where their players you're doing something and all of a sudden you just sort of get like yoink, and you're like, oh, okay, what do we got to do? And it's some crazy wizard being like, we need you to save the world on this reflection. Go. And you got to go into this,
Also, for the record, apparently Tim Gonzalez did make a tool that's online available that will randomly generate reflections for you.
Yeah.
Yes. That and loot boxes.
Yep.
Yeah. I keep getting the best rolls on those loot boxes. I've hit legendary on the third slot every time.
Oh, man.
My GM's like, I don't understand. Yeah. So it does have a lot of fun tools associated too that have been made. It's just It's mostly like automation and helper tools, which is nice.
Yeah.
It'd be cool if there was one of the VTTs that like actually had like a setup where you could just build the character and click sheets instead of having to actively roll the dice. But it is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like
Yeah.
there's that many modifiers to your rolls anyway.
I thought it was interesting with the loot crates. It says specifically you cannot trade loot.
That's
You
true.
roll your crate, you pick your one of 3, and it's yours. Nobody can take it from you. They can't go like, oh, that'd be great for me, man. How about you give me that? It's like, no, it's mine.
No,
I got it, and I can't give it to you.
The one caveat that our GM said is you're allowed to grant loot to the NPCs because they don't get to roll. Because we do have like NPC slots in our game that are like little adding characters here and there. So we've had like a
That's
wave
cool.
caller and a paladin. They're both pretty cool. That's not the GM making builds because he wants to see what they're like at all.
Mm-hmm.
But even if he is doing that, he's not running them. He's having us control them in
Yeah.
combat. Because, oh boy, let me just say, from someone who's played or run Lancer or done anything, running combat in this game is rough. It is a lot to remember.
I believe it.
Yeah, I mean, with the amount of like, do NPCs get the same number of backgrounds and talents and all that kind of stuff that a player does?
Not the same amount, but they get a few things. So, like, for example, here's a conjurer. They are tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 for their different ability scores. This is on page 250 or 27 or 268. And then they have 1, 2, 3, 4. They have 3 spells, 1 ranged weapon, and a trait.
Okay.
So it's not as bad as a player, but it's not just automatic. So
yeah, because you still got to decide, like, do I want to channel? Do I want to volley?
Mm-hmm.
But at least that way, and that's the thing is like in Lancer, it is players go, you go. So it's players make a decision, and I have to react to that decision. In this game, it is the NPCs all line up their shit first, and then the players are allowed to pick ad hoc.
Oh, I thought it would be. Well, I was thinking that the players could respond if like everybody's going in volley, then the NPCs could be like, well, we're safe now, and do something else. Or, if round 5 goes through and no one's attacked, then the NPCs know that it's all full attacks.
It might not be codified that you have to pick what they're doing immediately. I think it might be though, but even if it's not codified, I'd recommend it. As someone who's running the game, it's good enough to just choose flat what the NPC is going to do at the start of their turn and then have the players be able to react to that because it makes more interesting decisions for the players.
Oh, okay.
And also, like, some of the NPCs are just disgusting on their own. Like, the Defender has a fun thing where they do... Where the hell is it? Like, all of these stat blocks are actually pretty fun, too, by the way. So...
Oh, yeah, all the NPC ones, yeah.
Yeah. Ardent, Charger, Conjurer. Conjurers are annoying. Elementalist. Expendable. Firebug. Fortress. Fury.
That must be the Protector, then, that you're looking for.
It is the Protector, thank you. Read the Protector's weapon if you're there.
Let's see, base features. Weapon is Sword and Shield.
Yep.
Okay, so it's 5 fight. Depending on tier, it's +2, 4, or 6, right, to hit.
Yep.
Melee weapon, main blade, reach 2. This weapon's damage deals extra damage equal to the number of the phase in which it was used.
Wow.
Yeah. That's
if you
pretty
use it
good.
In phase 7.
So if you full attack an enemy and the Protector comes in and defends them, and then he counterattacks you.
Yep.
He hits you for 9.
Yep, because you don't have to attack. You can use it as a counter. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So countering full attacks. Yep.
But I do believe that they have to be able to generate focus to counterattack. So either they have an
Yeah.
ability that gives it to them, or they don't automatically come with it. That's another thing. If you're going to try to run this system, make sure that you read what is granted to NPCs gratis
Mhm.
versus what some NPCs can unlock, because they are very trimmed down versions of players.
Yeah.
They do not get all the same abilities. But yeah, we're 4 hours and 18 minutes in.
Yeah.
How's everybody
Wow. That's good.
feel about
You
the
know,
chat we had?
I think
liked
we're
it.
good. Yeah.
I had fun.
Yeah. And,
Hope-
you know, we scratched the surface.
Yeah, we definitely tried to dig our nails in a little bit. We might have gotten a little bit under them,
Yeah.
I think. But
I think so.
it's a very deep system. I cannot recommend it enough because of it takes what was already unique about Lancer, makes it applicable to a fantasy oriented table, and then also gives us this amazing initiative system that I wish more places would try to do something like. Because I'm so sick of just having locked initiative. I wish there was anything else.
Yeah.
Mhm. I had heard of homebrew rules where they would somebody it was like second edition.
Yeah.
Maybe or they copied second edition, something like that, where they would do that. Like casting spells went at the end of the initiative order and sneak attacks went at the beginning or something like that. They had a chart of things.
Yeah. But I think that this is a
Mhm.
system that created it and then built around it in a very interesting way. And then providing us raid bosses after. Oh, so good.
Yeah. Like what?
So yeah,
I will.
that's the
I'm
Beacon
glad
tabletop.
we
Go ahead.
I'm
Sorry.
glad we talked about it because I hope people can find it this way. I had some ideas, I had some questions, and I was like, let me Google this. All I got was
Yeah.
the thing for Critical Role. That's
Mhm.
the biggest thing, and then there's like Beacon Rush, which is some sort of like mech game
Yeah.
that's pretty popular. So found all of that, and then Beacon are just real things in the real world. Found those.
Yeah. No, there is so little coverage for this game. I think it's criminal, honestly. And it's the backers are just now finally getting their physical rewards for it. So mine's in the mail
Yeah.
apparently. Maybe.
Yeah.
I need to go double check it because it got delayed. But like this, the Kickstarter was finished, I think, in 2022.
Yeah. I
Okay.
think so.
2 years is not horrible.
It's not.
No, there's definitely
great,
been worse.
But I want to hear more people talk about this game because I mean, Icon kind of flash in the pan. I don't know that
Yeah.
anybody's still playing that I've heard of, but this I think is Icon tried to be Fantasy Lancer or another fantasy game that tried to have the same feeling. This I think does a better job, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Not that Icon's bad. It's still a good game. It's just
Yeah.
Lancer's a good game. Very good game.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's all of our stuff for this. So we're gonna hopefully come back in 2 weeks. Anybody here have any thoughts on what they want to talk about, Charles?
Well, if it's 2 weeks, I'll probably be good for the 14 TTRPG.
Okay.
I think, I mean, my copy's going to be here at some point pretty soon in between. I'm going to have to do it for the other podcast anyway. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm going to be good on that.
Okay.
And we can talk about it. And once again, I don't expect to be floored by it, but there might be some really fun stuff in there, you know.
Sure.
It's very much a different style of game. Like one of the things that it says in the quick start is, yeah, there's no experience or any of that stuff. You know, and not in the same way that this doesn't have experience or any of that stuff. It's basically when you start a scenario, you level the characters to what they should be there, and they make their characters, and then you play it.
Oh,
it's very much a
level sync.
different game. Yes, you do level sync, and they say it's a level sync, theoretically.
Interesting.
So it's very weird. It says that you can have continuity, but it doesn't really give you anything to enforce continuity, right? Like, it's like, well, these might be the same people. They may be the same level. They might be a level or a 4 higher. Who knows? So it's very much there's a scenario play through it. all right, do you want to play another one? All right, you can play another one. There's no items, 0, just none. Yeah, so it's a very different style of game, and I can't wait to sink my teeth into it and then talk about it here.
Sweet. And if you don't
Yeah.
have that in the next 2 weeks, I know we have a bunch of other options we can talk
Oh
about.
yeah,
Yeah, I can do City of Mist.
yep. I'd be down for that.
And maybe how City of Mist and the Mist engine that they have currently for their newest 2 games.
Yeah.
So yeah, we could. So yeah, if either one works for me.
Yep.
Sounds good to me. Oh, quick shout out. There is a Pirate Gonzalez Discord. It is called just Pirate Gonzalez Games. So join the Discord if you're interested. There's a lot of resources over there for things, and also it keeps updated with the current versions of Beacon. Other than us coming back in 2 weeks, which would be, I'm gonna call it now. It's June 8th, 7th. Sorry, we rolled over into the morning.
Yeah.
Almost for you too, Charles. Wow.
Almost.
What do we have? Anything this weekend?
Yeah, tomorrow should the rest of today. Yeah, tomorrow, Saturday should it be D and Diablo.
Okay. Then we have D and Diablo tomorrow. You have both of your games next week, right? So there will be Splinters of Faith and City of Mist.
31st and 3rd, or 31st and the 2nd. Yeah.
Yeah. So look forward to those in the next week, and then you'll see us again in 2 weeks. So, thanks for talking with me, guys. I guess you're free for another 2 weeks until I find a way to trick you into this with me again. And
yeah, you will.
How do we keep falling for the same trap?
I don't know.
I've been switching. Listen, I give you better treats here and there. Don't just. I work hard on this.
That's fair. I'm escaping now. See, I'm out. I'm gone.
Nice. Alrighty, everybody. Well, thanks all for joining, and hope that you all enjoy this, folks. I hope that this helps actually get the name of Beacon out, or at least some sort of anything for how the game plays out. Because again, criminal that people don't know about this initiative system. I think it's so good.
Yeah.
Go ahead, ask questions in the comments. We're gonna post this on YouTube too. So have a great one, and I can't wait to talk again. Have a good night, everybody, or a good morning.
Bye.
Bye.